Happy New Year, everybody.
New Year. Did you get any sleep last night for all the CPDC meeting members? That was a late meeting.
I got enough sleep. I got enough. Not a lot, but enough. So Bernie, it looks like you have a few members here, but most still not yet.
You have a quorum? It's about it's 1 minute, 1 minute or two past, so we'll give another member. Looks like we have a lot of public attendees. And
I only see 3 park members
yeah, let me just see if I
so
can
far.
list all the participants in my screen here. I see Karen.
Yep.
Chris, like Deputy Chief Amendola. It's not a- This is our biggest turnout yet. Thank you all for coming. Yeah, I don't think we have a quorum.
Did we hear from anyone else that they couldn't make it? Oh, Tom's coming on. Tom's there.
Sarah, I now see Sarah.
Oh, okay.
Here. Yep.
The only person I know who couldn't make it is Jay. He's traveling for work, I think.
So who are we missing? John, Tom.
Tom's here.
Tom is here.
Yep, he just joined.
John is joining right now.
Dan, is he on?
Not yet that I know of.
Okay, it looks like we have a quorum, so maybe we should get started.
Boy, this is a lot of people.
This
32 people.
Very good turnout.
Wow.
You have set a record of attendance at our meeting, so. So just like we have a feedback issue. Let me just see if I've got a few of these.
I think we lost Bernie.
Just let him back in.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I thought I had 2 instances. I heard the feedback.
Mhm.
And I thought I had 2 instances of it open because I was having trouble getting in earlier. But it looks like we're all set now. So I think our first item is usually to go over the minutes and approve those. Julie, it sounds like you would you like to go over those because you had a couple of highlights, yellow highlights that we may need to revise. Otherwise, I think we can probably go for those, that
So
review of
which-
those minutes.
Yeah, did you want to start with the November 18th minutes, Bernie?
Yeah, the earlier one first.
And do you
thanks.
want to call to order and I can make an announcement to everyone on the screen?
Yeah, sorry, I thought I'd called to order earlier, but yeah, we'll call the meeting to order.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's Parking Advisory and Recommendations Committee meeting. Tonight is Tuesday, January 11th. Tonight from Park, we have Chair Bernie Horn, Liz Whitelam, Sarah Bugalacchio, Tom O'Connor, John Weston, Chris Haley, Karen Rose Gillis, and I'm not sure if I've seen Dan Dewar or not I'm Julie Mercier, Community Development Director from staff, and we also have Andrew McNichol, Staff Planner, and Christine Amendola, the Deputy Police Chief, on the call. Please, just to go over a few Zoom protocols, if you have not been acknowledged to speak by the chair, please remain muted so that everybody can hear who is speaking. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the conversation, you can always use the raise hand feature, which is available on the bottom of your Zoom screen under reactions. You can raise your live hand too, because someone will see you and alert the chair that you'd like to speak. When you are acknowledged to speak, please state your name and address for our minute taking and for the record, and then feel free to share your feedback with us. Thank you. So Bernie, you want me to screen share the minutes from November 18th?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Mom.
Just-
Wait, what was that?
Okay. Did everybody get a chance to look at them?
I did. I have no real.
I don't have any comments.
I don't either.
They look
Do you want
fun.
to you just want to page through that? I think there were a couple of yellow highlights. I don't know if you were asking us for other edits to your yellow highlights. I don't recall. I know you had them on each of the minutes. That's one right there. I think Chris Haley, do you have any comments about this question mark here?
I am not sure if I can actually answer the question then, because it pertains to Woburn Street. So I would say no, I don't have anything to say on that one then.
So we could delete the question mark and the two parens.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
And then anything else on this, Julie? Yeah, I don't recall these votes either. But I suppose we could just leave those comments in there. And I don't think there was anything else that I recall.
So I can just take off the highlights.
Yeah. And I don't know if you want to put, so I didn't capture it, or you can just, the vote was not captured, or whatever you want to, however you want to word that. And anything else on the rest of the meetings? I think these were the longer of the two meeting minutes. Do we have any other corrections to the minutes? Otherwise,
Close that. Try now.
I think this, yeah, I think this was the one thing.
I think
I
I
don't know
left
that I
the
have anything
room.
else. I don't have anything else to add to this section. Does anybody else?
I do. The paragraph that starts with Ms. Rose Gillis, she has 10:30 PM. It should be 10:30 AM.
Good catch.
Nobody's parking there at 10:30 PM.
Especially not anymore.
And anything else beyond this, Julie?
Should I take this out or does I left the room for a few minutes, so I don't have any idea what was discussed.
Yeah, I
Does
don't
anyone
think,
know?
I don't see a need
Call
to have
back to
it.
then. Okay. I could look at the tape if that were desired by the committee.
I think we're all set on that.
Wonderful.
And I think, is there anything else? No, yeah, a couple of,
This is a Liz comment that I didn't catch the end of.
Liz, do you have any other additions to this?
Yeah, I was saying that for the overnight parking, in addition to those formerly leased space down by the train, that we actually revisit the previous solution that I recognized there were challenges with in the past, the Pleasant Street Center lot and Town Hall. But just understanding that as with any overnight parking solution, part of the solution has to include, hardcore enforcement of getting the cars out of those lots at 6 in the morning, I guess. Looks good. Thank you.
And anything beyond this? Otherwise, we can have a motion to accept these as revised.
Motion to accept as revised.
Second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye. Yes. Okay, they're accepted. Next item on our agenda is public input. Now, understanding that we are reviewing some proposed parking recommendations, I understand that perhaps some of the members of the public might want to comment as we're going through that, but perhaps rather than wait for us to kind of go through that, it could get late. I think what we'll do is ask people to have their public comment now, and maybe you could, if you do have some recommendations for us, please let us know now, and then we can incorporate those in our discussion as we go forward. So, Julie, who will moderate this? I see Angelo has his hand up, and I don't know if I've seen everybody on my screen here.
I can
No.
let you know if people who want to speak could please use the raise hand feature in Zoom. I think that would be the easiest, and then because then it jumps you to the top of my list. And then I'll let you know, Bernie, in as best I can in order. Okay. So the first, as you noted, is Angelo.
So can we? Do we have to have
Can I
him?
just add that maybe you should tell people to raise your hand, you click on the reaction button, because I didn't know that before.
Okay, do we have to unmute Angelo?
I can do that myself. Can you hear me?
We're all set for you. Thank you.
Perfect. Angelo Colucci, 8 Sanborn Street in Reading. I don't know, 1002 if you need the unit number. Being about to go right before the holidays, and I met a couple of people on Park, and I came about the concerns on the overnight parking ban. Now that there's so many condos and apartment buildings in downtown Reading. I purchased a condo last March, and there was plenty of parking on Sanborn Street. And then when the overnight parking ban came and the 2-hour parking signs were implemented over on Sanborn Street, there was an issue. And I think there's a lot of Postmark people here today as well, as there's been a lot of concerns about the parking situation. So I was asked to maybe gather some information on the Postmark just to give an update to the park board. So I did over the last month and a half. So at the Postmark, we have 50 units, 50 owners. I was able to pull 31 of them from Facebook, email, running into them in the hallway. I couldn't get in touch with everyone. And out of the 31 owners, 15 of them responded who did not have or will not have enough parking for their household. In addition, there was 3 more that responded that they were looking to get another car, their job changed, their kids were going to be getting older, and they wanted needed more cars. So out of the 31 owners, there was 40 spots that they had at the Postmark. And out of the 40 spots, there were 54 vehicles. So there was 54 cars and 40 spots for those owners. And there was also a need for up to 57. And after talking to people, probably north of 60 eventually, with life changing and people having significant others move in, to kids growing up and needing cars. There was also, everyone in the complex has different kinds of needs. There's a gentleman who's a condo owner who his wife has medical care every day, and because of the 2-hour parking spots, they have their nurse parking like 3 blocks down Sanborn Street, and they have to walk all the way up, and that's been a concern for him. He needs 2 parking spots so his nurse can park, especially with the new restrictions. There's been cleaning workers who have come in, and they do 2 or 3 different houses in Postmark, and they've been getting tickets because, you know, they're trying to bring machinery in, they're cleaning with vacuums and stuff, and they can't walk 3 blocks to bring their stuff in. Everyone I polled had concern about guest parking, whether it was, you know, their sister coming for Christmas or just parking in general for people who have to stay overnight. I myself actually had a Christmas party at the beginning of the month where 5 or 6 people got warnings because they stayed a little after 1 o'clock. And if I did that 2 weeks later, they could have all, you know, received tickets. And it's been a big concern. Luckily, a lot of us have been able to park in the lot next door. 30 Haven Street owns it, and they're renting to us, but it's not a viable long-term option as they only give us a month-to-month lease because they have their own tenants that use that lot, and if they need it for their own tenants, they can give it to them. If he sells it, if he builds condos on it, who knows? We'd be, you know, really out of luck. So there's definitely, you know, right now there's 14 vehicles, going to be 17 vehicles that are going to be needed just in the Postmark alone, and not to mention all the other condo complexes that are being built around the neighborhood. And it's been a serious concern, especially if that gets pulled under the rug from us over at 30 Haven Street. We've had suggestions, you know, Wakefield doesn't have an overnight parking ban no more. A lot of it has to do with the new infrastructures they have as well with the growth and development. And they just move cars during snow emergencies. I've made suggestions that we could park in municipal lots on snow emergencies for, you know, the 5 or 6 times a year that it actually does snow. It snowed once so far this year, and, you know, we could have easily went to like the CVS lot. There's the lot behind 30 Haven that no one uses at nighttime. And I looked out my window 3 times today, you know, Sanborn Street, there's plenty of parking, and there's like 3 or 4 cars there, and no one's there because of the 2-hour parking now and because of the overnight restrictions. And allowing us to be able to park, you know, in front of our house and alleviating that would be a lot easier for not just us, but other condo and apartment owners in the area. So those are kind of the numbers. I don't know if anyone else has any questions, but, you know, every owner, you know, had concerns about guest parking as well as just, you know, having enough parking spots for their household. So that was just some of the data I collected and some concerns that is coming from, you know, the Postmark building.
Thanks, Angelo. Do you, I guess, do we have any other questions for Angelo? Yeah, Chris, I think you're on.
Yeah. Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Angelo. How much, if you don't want to say, you don't want to say, but how much are they charging you to park over there in their lot? I mean, is it like $100 a month or something?
It's only a month, but they probably will, if they know that there's a parking issue,
Yeah.
they probably can charge even more.
Yeah, hopefully they're not watching. And then hypothetically, if the 17 cars or whatever overflow that you're mentioning were to be dumped onto the street over there, what is your opinion on the impact that that's going to have on the existing parking situation that's up there? Because I'm not up at Postmark during like the day, you know what I mean? I just see bits and pieces, you know, from going to lunch and things like that.
So I will say in the spring, when I moved here in the spring, in the summer, there's only maybe 4 or 5 people renting from the postmark in that lot. Most of us were parking on the street on Sanborn Street because there was so much parking and there was no restriction. So, you know, even myself, I could park on Sanborn Street overnight. I can find a spot most nights. You could have even went on Haven Street and moved your car in the morning if you needed to. But the developer, apparently we didn't know this, took the signs down on Sanborn Street. So when we were looking at the condos, people assumed that you can park there all day as well. But a lot of us did park on Sanborn Street, and you could go on Haven Street, and it didn't seem to be an issue. And some people did still rent just so they felt more secure.
So using Sanborn as an example right now, say at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, how many would you estimate that it's full over there, or there's nobody there, or what is your opinion on that?
In Sanborn Street in the afternoon, no, there was 3 cars there this afternoon. No one was there. And also the 30 Haven Street lot is full now. They're not accepting anyone else to go in that lot. So there are some people who are kind of, you know, their hands tied because of that. But yeah, and during the day, like if I went out, looked out my window right now, there's probably 1 car or 2 cars on Sanborn Street right now. Not many. I know it's been like a snow issue for overnight parking, but it seems to be they put the signs for businesses, but no one really uses Sanborn for business parking. It's kind of off the beaten path.
And how many spots are there? Like 10, 20?
On Sanborn Street, they
Yeah.
have what there's not like an amount. There's probably about 20, maybe more if you go down all the way down. They don't have like any parking. There's nothing written on the floor. You can just kind of squeeze in there.
Yeah.
But there's probably at least there's a lot on this street.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Just doing the numbers on the, so that looks like the ratio, it's not clear if there are 72, I think Julie had 72 units, parking spaces allocated, but it sounds like they're more like 69 actual spaces that were built for that parking lot. Is that what you say, Angelo?
Yeah, so the interior lot is 50 parking spots, but it ended up in the initial plan, but it ended up being 48 because there were spots that were too small. And they had to talk to the builder about that. So there was only 48 interior, and I counted 21 exterior today. So that put us at 69.
So 69 on a 50 unit building is 1.38, 72, which was originally built, apparently was 1.44, but it looks like if you have, for the total spaces that people are needing, at least the ones who own cars now, 52 on a lot, on a number of units of 30, that's 1.733. And yet you say that there are 55 that are actually needed because of either medical requirements. And so that's closer to 1.833 on the 30 units. And you don't have the numbers for the other 20, but it looks like those 20 units bought the 34 spaces, the other 34 spaces that people don't it's not clear that adds up to, I think, 72, not the 69, but I just want to make the point that it looks like the actual ratio required or needed for the residents is more like 1.83 or closer to 2 per residential unit. Is that fair?
Yes, and there's 3 commercial spots, commercial units that don't have, I don't know if they comes with parking or not. I doubt it. Maybe DiBiase has a couple of spots for their own exterior, but there's 3 commercial units that probably don't, some of them might not come with parking for the owner.
Any other questions for Angelo?
I do. So Angelo, we've talked about this at length at some of our meetings. And I guess what I want to ask you is, how do you think that we can help you as far as, you know, as bad as it is now, everybody, when they purchased their units, they knew how many parking spaces they were going to get. And I guess, how is it that you think that we as the park can help? Because I feel like there's a little bit of confusion on my part as far as us thinking that we're not really involved in the private parking issues, but it appears that there's some committees in town that are forwarding people to us to talk about it. So for us to make any recommendations that involve technically private parking issues, how do you see that we can help you?
helping with just the logistics on the street, whether it's, certain streets don't have, if you don't want to do, everyone doesn't have overnight parking, maybe certain streets like Sanborn doesn't have an overnight parking ban, and we can move our car municipal lots on the days that it does snow. Just allowing parking on certain streets for residents would help. Even help if like someone had a guest over, being able to park on Sanborn Street overnight would help tremendously as well for a lot of individuals. People come to me and like, where can my boyfriend park tonight if they're staying, or, where can my girlfriend park? And that's come up as well. And just unit owners being able to park on the street. I know some people, I can't speak for everyone, but me personally, I had no idea that you couldn't park overnight in Reading. I knew I had one spot, but I figured, I can park on Sanborn Street. If I can't find the parking on Sanborn Street, there's resident sticker spots on the adjacent streets. So me being a purchaser thinking, oh, there's plenty of parking downtown, and there is a plethora amount of parking. Just when the restrictions happened, that's what happened. It tied us up at the Post Market, myself, where thankfully I was able to rent next door, but that's where that tied us up on. And I know you guys, make a point, some people may have known, life does change. Sometimes people get married, their son decides to move in with them, and they need an extra spot. The town of Reading is approving all of these projects, and it's great for them because now it's not an old post office anymore. It's 50 residential units, 3 commercial units that are $500,000 to $1 million, and you're getting tax revenue on that. Not to mention, the local business owners downtown, whether it's the restaurant, dentist, bookstore downtown. You want us to come in because we're getting more people here, the more revenue it's going to generate for them. And then we can't even park on the street that we live on, and they put 2-hour parking spots so people can go to the businesses downtown. It's like, wait, where do you want us to come in to make the town money, make businesses money, and then we can't even park on, the street we live on, and it just doesn't seem fair.
So I guess to help you answer Karen's question, are you suggesting that the regulations be changed to allow overnight parking? Is that effectively
Yeah.
That's what
I thought that would be the easiest way. Do what Wakefield did, allow overnight parking, and then because most homes in Reading, a lot of them are single family homes, 2-car garages, 4 parking spots with the driveway. But downtown, it's changed. There's a whole growth and development now downtown, and mirroring what Wakefield does. It seems like it works for them, and I think that could be a possibility. I know people are concerned that people might not move their cars in the morning because of businesses, but on a snow day, half the people probably aren't even going into work. And if cars don't move, then that's the time you can tow. And it would just be a 5 or 6 night day a year issue rather than having that issue all year long. And obviously, if we didn't have the lot at 30 Haven, it would it'd be really, really a big issue right now for a lot of us, and we would have nowhere to park. So we want to just get ahead of this now before we lose that that parking lot, and something that the town can do to provide for the residents and homeowners.
Thanks. And any other questions for Angelo? I'd like to try, we have a lot of people who would like to speak, so I'd like to move things along if we can. Julie, you have a list of I know I see Deputy Chief Amendola's hand up. I don't know if we have any others that were in line.
She's the only one at the moment, and Lisa Egan of the Chamber did have her hand up earlier, so I don't know if she still wants to say something too.
Perhaps we should. I did see Lisa's hand up earlier. Lisa, do you have your hand up, or would you like to make a comment?
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here.
Would you like us to come back to you?
No, it's fine. I'm just going to start my video because I lost you on the phone. So I just wanted to applaud everyone's efforts to research this very important topic. I'm Lisa Egan. I live in Reading at 8 Oak Ridge Road, and I'm also the director of the Chamber of Commerce. And I think that a lot of people care a lot about parking. It certainly affects our local. I just wanted to share the feedback that once enforcement and ticketing started Christmas week, I got significant feedback from many different businesses in town. And I just wanted to share that. I know that there's a listening process, and I know that this is very complicated, but I would encourage you to consider perhaps an interim solution before you make your final recommendation, because I know that there's a couple more of these scheduled, which is great. And I understand how complicated this parking matter is. I've been in meetings for it for the 7 years that I've been the director of the chamber. But I understand from talking to different business owners that some employees are getting multiple tickets, or multiple employees are getting tickets every single day right now. So if there's an opportunity to come up with an interim solution before you make your final recommendation, I think it would diffuse what I envision as being a challenging situation, not wanting to rush the process, but knowing that if people are getting 5+ employee tickets every single day, it's only going to increase frustration all around. So, and I've heard this from 4 or 5 different business owners in the last couple weeks. And again, I know it's very complicated and I don't want to rush the process, but I would encourage you to consider that. And I have ideas that we could discuss at another time if that's more appropriate, but it would seem that if there's listening sessions into February, if people are getting tickets every day, you know, it's just going to exacerbate what's already kind of a stressful situation.
Lisa, would you like to just quickly review your bullet points on the suggestions?
Sure. Well, in living and having, I don't have an office downtown any longer, but I am downtown all the time, visiting businesses, but also going to like the post office and the bank. And my feedback is that it appears that there's a lot of opportunity for parking along High Street and the train. I commuted for many years. My husband used to. Now he's working from home for the foreseeable future. So with empty spots open, I understand that after 10:30, businesses are allowed to park there for the day. But because many businesses open much earlier than that, in some cases their employees are getting there at 7 a.m., that might be an opportunity in the short term over the next few months while the recommendations are kind of worked out, that might be an easy solution that is adjacent to downtown, that in my anecdotal feedback is that I always see spots there and I don't see anyone really utilizing those really through the spring and possibly further. So we have empty spots open, some that many businesses, even on this call, used to happily pay to lease. So they had, a safe, well-lit, designated spot that their staff could park into. And now some of those businesses that had 30+ spaces that they did rent or lease or got employee passes for, some combination of, are now trying to make it work with 5. So I think many of our businesses can make 5 work. But certainly some of the larger businesses that do bring dozens of families into town on a regular basis don't have that opportunity or even the flexibility, because a medical office or someone who's working with patients or clients, they might not be able to go and move it 3 or 4 times until 10:30. So I'm not an expert. And again, I applaud the efforts that everyone's making. I know it's very complicated, but I think that something in the meantime and a solution for the temporary might go a really long way to showing goodwill to people who are just struggling to, stay open, navigate the COVID changes, staff in and out and quarantining, et cetera, et cetera. So I just thought I would share that as a possible opportunity, knowing that you do have more meetings coming. And again, I think the reason why so many people are on this call is because people really do care about it and it's important. And I know there's no quick and easy solution. So
it sounds like some businesses need more than 5 and then more flexibility on where they can park with those stickers. Is that the idea?
Well, it's not so much the stickers. It's that there's some businesses that have 40 people in the office if they're open, which starts at 7 a.m. And they've happily paid for and leased additional staff placards, those employee placards that hang from the windshield, and also additional lease spaces. But my understanding is that those lease spaces were and they can't buy more than 5. So there's really no feasible option that I can recommend. And I think it's challenging to go from having a space where you could get and pay for dozens of spots for your employees to now, directing people to park in front of other residents' homes downtown, which I know is another matter that I've read about and I know is a big consideration. So it's I just thought it might be able, that solution might work for now, just to give people a solution where they're not getting multiple tickets every single day, a solution while we work through the process.
But it sounds like some businesses need more than 5 permits, I guess is my point. Is that,
Absolutely.
any other questions for Lisa?
I do. And I guess this could be for Julie as well, as far as, is it known what open spaces or unrestricted spaces are for the businesses to utilize until we come up with legitimately written up proposals?
I do have the updated map and I have shared it. I know some people, there have been complaints or concerns that some of the areas are well lit. Maybe they're a little steep at night. They might be multiple blocks. People have, female staff that might not feel 100% comfortable, whereas down by the train is a little more level and well lit. That was some of the feedback I did get, but we have shared that map, and I do have it.
Is it possible for you to get an idea of what areas downtown are not well lit? For those of us that don't walk downtown after 5 o'clock, we may not know which lights work and which ones don't, street lights. So I don't know if that's an option of trying to survey people as they're walking around where they feel that it's unsafe. Because if we're recommending open parking in certain areas, but no one feels safe to park there, then maybe it's something that we can make a recommendation that they can improve the area in order to make it feel more appropriate for people to park there.
Absolutely. I have some of the feedback and I can circle back to the people who've shared it. I know even personally, the lot, the entrance going into the back of Brandy Court is quite steep, not very well lit, and no sidewalk. So when I've walked it myself, I've thought, a car taking a right in, you really aren't expecting to see someone there. And that's been an issue that I know we've talked about over the years, but I'm happy to gather that feedback and share it with the committee.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure.
So any other questions for Lisa? Then I think we'd like to go to Deputy Chief Amendola. She was, I believe, next. Thank you very much, Lisa. I know you've had many long inputs over the years, so we definitely appreciate all the input from the business owners.
Absolutely. Thank you for taking on the challenge of the park committee. It is appreciated.
It's a thankless job, but we do it anyway. Do we have a Deputy Chief Amendola?
Hi, yes, Bernie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to talk about a couple suggestions that have been made and let you know what we have been dealing with at the police station. It's basically probably everybody on this call. For the 2 big issues that are going on downtown is the residents, which are mostly an overnight issue. And the way Sanborn Street was designed before Postmark was put in was 2 hours. So it was just put back to that. Nobody had ever asked for anything different. So that's why that is still just at 2 hours. But the overnight parking, some people are suggesting just let them park on the street or let them park in certain lots. I just want to let everyone know what our experience as the police department has been over the last few years. We used to allow overnight parking during a snowstorm in 3 lots in the downtown Reading. And one of them was a senior center lot. And in 2018, a few mornings, everybody says we just need to get people out by 6 a.m. I can assure you, I can bet my life on it, people do not leave at 6 a.m. I personally was out in the snow at 8 or 9 in the morning, tracking down all these residents that are not leaving these parking lots, trying to get them to move their cars so we can plow the lot. It's not easy for our tow company to come and tow 60 cars in one snowstorm. So we have tried this. It has failed. People do not move at 6 a.m. The signage is there. They still don't leave. They've gotten tickets. They don't leave. So if anything, I would suggest we don't rely on everyone will move by 6 a.m. because it just doesn't happen. Also, the street itself, to leave it on the street, that would, I think, we would need to speak to the DPW about that, but I think that would impact them. They go out when the snow is happening and they have priorities with downtown and the schools. So I would assure that they wouldn't want a street left with parking on it with the snow and for safety issues especially. So if we ever were to give any type of parking, it would have to be somewhere that we don't have to worry about plowing for any given time in the morning because people just do not move from my experience. So that's the overnight parking. We've had a lot of like Lisa talked about, I spoke to Lisa. We've had a lot of businesses as well coming in the day. Enforcement started back in November to try to get, because now that the downtown has picked up, we started receiving more complaints from customers of downtown that there's nowhere to park again. No one's moving their cars. So we had enforcement officers go out there, and basically it is a lot of employees parking in all the lots for the entire day. And there's a couple different situations. Some have a parking pass, but there's no spaces in the lot that they want to go to, because as you know, on the parking map, maybe one lot will have only 12 employee parking spaces. So they're hanging the placard in another space saying, well, I'm in the lot, but I have a pass, but it's not the designated spaces. We've showed them the open spaces like down the street or around the corner, and they don't like that idea. Everybody, mostly, it's mostly Brandy Court because there are so many businesses back there now. We also I tried looking to see if we could give some of the bigger businesses more than 5 passes right now, and we're almost already sold out. So we got rid of the lease parking 2 years ago because it wasn't fair to all the new businesses coming in that the same businesses had these lease spaces. So right now 5 seems to work, and that's getting the share to every business to at least have 5. So that's just what we've been dealing with at the police station for you to be aware of.
Questions for Deputy Chief Amendola?
I have a question. So about the permits, if we created more designated employee parking spaces, so we've been talking about designating additional street spaces and obviously those spots down on High Street by the train, I think that the formerly leased spaces, could we then issue more permits?
Oh yeah, if we had more, so we used to do 20% over the permits, like that was a guide given to us by Parking Study, but then we found out we didn't have, everybody who was buying our passes were using it, so now we just try to sell the amount of passes for the spaces we have. So we've tried to make it clear to the businesses that this parking pass doesn't mean you're going to get the exact spot you want. It goes to, on the map is where the blue is. So yeah, of course, if the select board votes in more employee spots, then we can easily get more passes. And then we basically base the 5 off a survey that town staff, we all did maybe in 2019. So because we have some businesses with very small employees, and then, our medical facilities have a lot more employees. And sorry, one last point I wanted to make about overnight parking. Our issue or our concern, I would say, with overnight parking when it's not a snowstorm is that now with all the residents downtown, the people who we're selling these employee passes to will get there in the morning and there's going to be cars in their spaces. So that's our other concern with downtown overnight parking.
One follow-up on the employee spaces, just when I think about my own business. So I have 14 employees, which is a lot for a very small business, but they're all very part-time. And I'm feeling like the last time I saw a survey about employee parking, I'm not sure if it really, and I know the doctor's offices are a different story, but I know a lot of the more retail and restaurant focused businesses tend to have more part-time people. So if we're going to survey again or do another check-in about how many employee permits people need, maybe we can also frame it as like, how many do you need at one time? Like I never have more than 3 people at a time.
Sure. And that's why I think a few years ago, you were buying a pass for your car. Now we've made that so, with 4 part-time employees, you could all take the tag and switch it around. So that was one thing that we did do.
I noticed that on the application this time.
Yeah.
I didn't put my license number and I was wondering,
Right.
Okay.
No,
well,
we try to make it so the business bought it, whatever employee you want to give it to for the day gets it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
Ernie, I'd like to ask a question of the assistant chief. You had mentioned the overnight parking used to have 3 spaces, and you mentioned one was the senior center. What were the other lots that used to be approved for overnight snow parking?
The Brandy Court lot and the town hall. The town hall was Brandy Court this is like 2018 and before, probably had 6 or 7 cars. But senior center got overwhelmed. So that's why we took away any parking there for anybody. It's now just senior business only.
Yeah. And just as a follow-up, I've noticed since I know you haven't hired the parking enforcement officer, but some officers seem to be addressing a parking issue. I have access to CVS during the day, and I notice since mid-December on, the parking seems to be a little more available, let's say. And I have seen some enforcement out there because there are some tickets sitting on windows, much probably to the dismay of some people, but they are there. I was just curious, has can anything be said about any target date for the actual enforcement person being hired? Can you comment on that, or is it still underway?
Nope. The job was posted a month ago. I actually spoke to Sean Donahue, the HR director, today. He is going to reach out and we're going to start our interview for the job is posted right now for 24 hours because that's all our budget has. I'm not sure if you know, but the chief is going for a 40-hour full-time parking enforcement officer right now through town meeting. So we hope that gets approved. So, but the part-time parking enforcement officer, I would say, would be underway in the next month. And we have dedicated a police officer out there daily right now, yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Chief, there are some comments, and we've heard it not just tonight, but from other meetings, that there are safety issues, for people parking in different areas. Do you have any statistics that show whether there have been any problems, crimes, attacks, whatever, that would be the basis for those concerns?
Yeah, I know that there is, I can look into it. I don't have any off the top of my head. The lots are very well lit. Haven Street is well lit, but they are doing Erin Schaefer is working on a lighting plan design that would make it a lot brighter. So I don't know if Julie can comment on where they are in that process. We can check Woburn Street. We can check all the outside streets because that's basically where I tell a lot of these employees to go, where they can park all day is the outside of downtown. So we can check that. I can have officers overnight check everything and see what areas maybe aren't looking so well lit.
The only other question I had was whether or not the, we have a limited, it sounds like we have a demand for more employee passes than we currently sell.
Yes.
The number of spaces probably would have to be increased, but even if we didn't increase the spaces, is there any reason, let's say we develop the inner core as kind of limited time parking, but outside that inner core, is there any reason why employees can't use their stickers outside the inner core and park there as they need? Or even if they're not designated, could you enforce, I mean, if it's unrestricted outside the inner core anyway, then presumably anybody can park there, whether they have an employee sticker or not. Are there any problems or issues with that?
I mean, the only problems are, I'm sure the residents maybe on some of these outside streets might not like people parking there, but right now I tell them it is unregulated. But I mean, I hate to say this, but there are employees I've talked to, they just don't want to walk more than a half a block to where they want to park. For maybe, and that might be because of lighting or the steep hill, they would have to walk around because a lot of it is down at Brandy Court and on Haven Street. I'm sorry, not Haven Street, Woburn and High. We have another medical office that needs a lot of parking. But no, they are fine to go to the outskirts. And, that was the plan that we had actually brought forward 2 years ago too, so.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. John, did you want to have a question?
I understand that both Woburn and Winchester have similar winter parking bans. Actually, I think Woburn's doing one where it's parking ban at night on just one side of the street. I'd be interested on on how their DPW likes that, but they do allow overnight parking in municipal lots on those days, and I guess I would how they're addressing those same issues that you all have come across in not being able to remove cars, right? Because every town in New England deals with this same thing, right? So there's got to be some solution here that other municipalities have come up with. and you know, two of our neighbors do that. So maybe we can learn from them.
I did, and this subject came up, the overnight came up just for the education of everybody on the call. Andrew McNichols did send us the, we were curious, why do we have this? And Andrew did send out an email to the committee and indicated that there is in fact a regulation in town. And he referenced, you know, that, that regulation. So, yeah, so that does exist. It's section 5.9, and it basically says that there should be no overnight parking. So I guess the issue is whether we could, I don't know, Andrew, if you had any comments as to who is authorized to change that section 5.9 in the regulations. Or maybe anybody, if anybody.
Yeah,
else.
Apologies, just to
Oh, sorry.
clarify, I only sent that to you, Bernie, because just so the other park committee members know that. But I believe the select board, and through recommendation of PTTF, may be able to change such, but Christine might have more info on that.
Yes, it's the select board that would have to vote that, change any amendments.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we can go to Tony. Julie, is Tony?
Sarah has a question.
D'Arezzo?
Yeah, so Tony D'Arezzo has his hand up, and then after that, I see Robin Smith, and then I think Karen just identified somebody else.
Yeah.
Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony D'Arezzo, 130 John Street. My only question is, Angelo earlier today said they're parking at 30 Haven. I thought the parking lot behind 30 Haven was a town-owned lot. Is that the correct area that they're paying to park in? And if so, who are they paying for?
I'll just jump in and clarify really quick. They're parking in the lot behind Postmark, which is owned by the owner of the 30 Haven property. Does that help, Tony?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sure. So Robin Smith has her hand up next, and then Sarah.
Thank you very much, everybody. My name's Robin Smith. I guess the address I'll give is the business address because I'm a business owner, 107 Woburn Street, Dowd Medical Associates. We've been in Reading practicing as a pediatric and GYN practice for over 50 years, 50. And we park largely and can have even, we have a smaller office on the 2 Haven Street building, but have historically, when we were able to buy the employee leased spots, had all of our GYN and pediatric providers and staff park on the high street, sort of going out of town. And I can tell you, even pre-pandemic, there were plenty of spaces open and available. Never, ever, ever had a problem. Now we're limited to 5. We, of course, with the pandemic, patients are using our lot. And in fact, they're staying in the lot because we're doing a lot of discussion and conversation, keeping the lot our waiting room before patients can come into the office to minimize the COVID impact. So we don't have spaces in our own lot. And we've been parking here for years and years and years with no problem. We're not in part of the downtown area. And I'd be happy to have my 2 Haven Street folks park along that. I just need more than 5 employee passes. The option to park in space here for 2 hours and there for 2 hours. I mean, any of you going to the doctor, do you want your doctor to say, hold on 1 second, I need to go move my car and spend 20 minutes moving my car? I mean, that's impractical for so I like the idea of expanding the number of employee passes. I'm thrilled and thank you to not tie it to a license plate so that there are days that I'm not working and one of my partners can use it. We'll come up with some system of reminding people to share the pass, which, you know, will be a little bit of a challenge, but we'll figure that out. But my comment really is just that it seems like there's more space that is not being utilized. And why are we now being limited to 5? Thank you.
And just one clarification, what's the time limit? Is there a suggestion that you would make to expand the time limit issue? You're on Woburn, is that right?
We're on the corner of Woburn and High. So we're sort of diagonally
Okay,
across
yeah.
the street from the railroad tracks. And so we park on the I guess it's as you head to Vine Street, that little section of High Street, out away from town, from Woburn Street. So there's that section there of employee parking. We used to lease spaces along there, and it goes on, and it goes further from our office, which is fine. But I can tell you, just having parked there now for, I don't know, a decade or more, there's always space going down that the end of that road there. So I haven't ever had a problem finding a spot. And I'm just astonished that I'm now limited to 5. I don't know where my employees are supposed to park. And yes, sometimes, so the duration is our office is open sometimes between 7:30 and 9. And the pediatric office on the corner at 107 Woburn is open until 7:30 most nights. But we're not part of the overnight issue at all. It's really just the daytime business hours.
But the High Street going out of town parking, is that otherwise restricted so that you used to be able to park there? Is it because you had an employee sticker that allowed you to park there, or could you park there without a?
We leased, I
employees?
guess when you had the leased spots, we were able to lease the spots, and we were able to lease enough. And now we're restricted so that we have 5 employee spots there. And I've got, way more than 5 employees that work there every day.
Yeah. So Bernie, these are the formerly leased, those 41
Yeah.
spaces.
Right.
That
But I thought there was, I thought you were also,
yeah, we want to turn those into employee spaces and then hopefully not have the limit on the number of permits. So that
Right. So I think that to me, that would be the biggest, again, I haven't been part of the whole town. I appreciate the complexities and the demanding challenges. I really wanted to share that we had been parking there and had no issue. And there were always spots like, going even further down the road. Obviously the pandemic has thinned things out quite a bit. And there's, I could park, parallel instead of perpendicular, and there'd still be space. But I'm sure that's going to change once we hopefully get through this pandemic. But I like the idea of expanding the number of employee passes and coming up with some way that makes sense. And in particular for our medical practice, it's been in town for 50 plus years and have parked, we're sort of outside of the center of town. I'm not sure why we're being limited.
but the going further down, are there spots down on that section that are just unrestricted, or is there a 2-hour restriction or a no parking zone there that otherwise you couldn't park there now?
I think they're either employee or 2-hour.
2 hour.
Christine,
So if it was not
Amendola, you
2
might know
hour,
specifically.
Yeah, the second half is all resident sticker only.
okay.
Because it was for the
That were-
train station, basically. She is in her own situation because there isn't, we basically, when they developed, not me, but way before me, when they developed this employee downtown, they're judging the number of passes by the spots on the map, and they are included in that. So even though she is seeing all these empty spaces, it was supposed to be utilized by everybody that got those passes, but nobody really wants to go down that far. So it is pretty open down at Woburn and High. It's just hard to know if we should give that business so many more, if anybody else is ever going to need that, because we're basing it off of the total number when we're looking at the map. So if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, no, it
I,
does.
I think
And
we're
agree.
hoping that people in the Brandy Court lot would also, people with employees in the Brandy Court lot would use those spaces along High Street, because that's a reasonable distance.
Other questions for Robin?
Yeah, my question is really for Deputy Chief Amendola. When did we make that change from having a required one permit for one employee versus a tag that you can move around, because to me that's right, that's parking sharing at its best. I think, right, part of the concern was that for a business like Ms. Smith's at Dowd, that they may have purchased, as she said, right, they had lots of employees, so everyone had their own, and I'm guessing, right, they don't work every day, and and so there was a lot of, they were going to use the word monopolizing, right, they're monopolizing a lot of those spaces. In this format, right, those spaces can get shared more, and so therefore I think what you were saying was maybe there's 5 was the right guess or a good guess to start with, but if this is a relatively new thing, then maybe there's a different mix that we can get to, because those 30 spaces or however many you used to purchase wouldn't necessarily all be sort of dedicated to your employees.
Right. Yeah. The lease spaces, the reason, so it ended, I think, March 2020. So, but then COVID happened. So no one really felt the effects till now when things are back up and running well, until Omicron a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Where was I going with this? So the lease spaces we got rid of because it basically, to the, she, like, her business has been here for 30 years, but we had a lot of new hairdressers and salons coming in that said, I have nowhere, I never get a chance, because the way the police department used to do it was they would resell it to the same 4 or 5 businesses. So we try to come up with a more fair system for all businesses to get a chance at these spaces, and they're not dedicated to you. You have to have the hanging pass. And we also switched up that it shouldn't go by a plate. It should go by, the business that buys it should be able to change it out. So I think I changed that 2 years ago. There's some things the Board of Select and the traffic rules are very strict, but then others say the chief of police can determine how the program is run. So that's like an internal change we thought would be helpful.
So you changed that 2 years ago, but right, we really haven't, because of COVID, right? We really haven't had a chance to test that out in terms of how that functions, how that the movable tag functions instead of the.
And it's really functioning for most businesses, except for maybe the 3 or 4 large medical and dental offices that we have down near Brandy Court.
Thank you.
Any other questions? It looks like we have one more hand raised from Matt Freitas.
I just had one question, Bernie, real quick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernie. So Robin, how many is the max simultaneous spots that you guys would be using over there on a daily basis? Your best educated guess.
Yeah, that's a great question. I should be better prepared, right? I think we used to, I don't know, Christine, if you know how many we used to lease. But I think it was 15 or 18.
18.
So 18?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah, because your situation is easier in Northern High and Vine. There's, the 41 spots that are out there. The only issue is dumping other people into the 41 minus your 18 ends up being a problem. But I think your situation is easier. I don't know what we would do. We can't just favor you and then everyone else.
No, I appreciate that.
I think your situation will be resolved, in my opinion, shortly. But, it's good to know how many the max simultaneous you had. So.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate the challenges you guys have here. I just felt like we were sort of a little bit carved out and could make it a little bit easier. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, thank you so much for having us on the call. I just basically just adding to what Robin was saying. I'm Matt Freitas, one of the partners at PDA Dental Group at 54 Haven Street. Situation. We've got at certain days like a maximum of possibly like 30 employees that we need to have parking, and we're open from 7 in the morning till 7 at night. So yes, with all of the changes, it's been quite stressful for the practice to be able to, keep the employees happy and patients and all that stuff and moving cars. So I think just basically looking for that solution to get more parking spots because we did have around, I think, 15 lease spots, and we're just looking for more than just the 5. We need much more in order to, continue to run the business and keep everybody happy. So just taking into consideration, not maybe making like just a standard number for every business, but, taking each business into consideration personally.
And Matt, I think in your letter to the email to the park, you indicated the kind of volume of people you're bringing to downtown. You might want to mention that.
Yeah. So again, I might not know the number right off the top of my head, but we do bring down a significant number of families, parents and kids, children. We see all ranges. We have an orthodontist and a general dentist and pediatric dentist. And so we bring down, probably hundreds of patients to the downtown, which then they visit all of these different businesses. So, we're really feeling like there's a barrier in order to us to continue to, stay open and run the practice smoothly. And we're just hoping that you guys will consider, giving us some better options, because we didn't have issues before, but when you guys took the lease spaces away and then enforced the parking, it basically just created like a big issue for us where employees are getting tickets every single day, and it's tough to continue to deal with that.
Would you? I mean, there have been some questions about whether employees are willing to park. We have. I think that one of the questions that we've tried to answer is, do we have enough parking in the downtown? And the answer is sort of, but it's not always where people want it to be. Are they reluctant to walk a little bit to get to their parking space?
Yeah, so similar to what you guys had mentioned before, I think that there's a lot of concern about, traveling more than, 1 or 2 blocks, like certain hours that we're open, the lighting isn't ideal. Weather conditions is definitely a factor. So I think just, having a little bit more convenient options would be, ideal, maybe within like a block or 2 from the office.
And I know it's on the email letter, but I thought, could you just tell us again what your location is?
Yeah, we're 54 Haven Street.
54 Haven. Okay.
Yeah.
So Matt, if those 41 spaces on High Street across from Dowd were available, does that seem like a reasonable option to block away?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Across from where? I didn't catch that.
Across from Dowd Medical, those formerly leased spaces down High Street by the train. Dr. Smith's office is that white house on the corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Matt's business is where Portland Pie used to be.
But those spaces, I thought those spaces were already available for employee parking. Were you asking him if
I don't think all 41 of those spaces have turned into employee parking yet, but even if they are, they don't have more than 5 permits at the moment.
Right.
So,
yeah. It's the permit, it's the max permit issue as well. Okay. Thanks. That's what I understood. Okay.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that if there's 41 spots and Robin mentioned 15 to 18 and Matt just mentioned 30 something, you just blew through the 41 spots over on that specific spot.
Yep.
Just
but it's, chipping away at it, chipping away.
Oh, yes.
And again, I mean, as Deputy Chief said earlier, there are a lot of spaces up in the unregulated areas. And so I guess the question is, why couldn't the employees, either who have passes or not have passes, park in those areas? Matt, is that a problem for them? I mean, we do have a fundamental problem, is that we don't have enough spaces near to where everybody wants them. So the restrictive parking outside that very small core area, but people have to be willing to use them, I guess, is the issue.
Right. No, I think we're getting a lot of pushback from the employees about traveling, like I said, like more than a block, which I understand that, there's parking outside of that, inner circle that we could utilize, but it's just something that we keep on being faced with that, they're not willing to travel a certain distance. And I think if we could get something as close as possible, maybe just looking at some of these bigger medical buildings, coming up with a solution for them, I think we would appreciate it.
I think part of the problem also, Bernie, is that Woburn Street parking, like the way to get there from the Brandy Court to walk through the Brandy Court lot is, what Lisa was referencing earlier, that driveway that is not pedestrian friendly. And unfortunately, I think that's private property on either side of the driveway. I can't see Julie on my screen anymore, but Andrew probably remembers also. And so the ability to widen that, like, I think that's actually one of our biggest barriers, is that there's quite a bit of parking available on Woburn Street, but to get to it, you kind of have to go all the way around. And that starts feeling like a bridge too far. Whereas if you could just walk up that back hill in a reasonable, non-life threatening way, it might feel better.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Robin. Any other public comments that we have? I know, Sarah, you said you sounded like Julie indicated you had a question earlier. I don't know if it was.
I can wait until all the public comments are done.
Okay, then it looks like we have Caroline Gauthier. Would you like to make a comment?
Hi, everybody. I'm Caroline Gauthier. I'm the owner of Reading Foot and Ankle Specialist. Thank you again. I've been, I think, to 1 or 2 meetings in person before the end of the year, and I just want to say thank you for all your time. I just wanted to ask the client, my practice is at 50 Haven Street. So Brady Court is where my patients and patron park. Whatever decision you guys or recommendation make, not to forget to not kind of engorge that parking lot. I've mentioned before, my patient have limited mobility. And when that lot gets full for employee reason, worker reason, and not just mine. So I just wanted to just bring that up tonight. I appreciate all the changes that have been made, and I know it's a difficult topic. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for everything.
Caroline, I think one question that we had discussed after we heard from you was that you had a couple of spaces in Brandy Court that could be used for patients, but the employees were using them. So that trade-off, I guess it goes back to what we just were talking about. We have spaces, but people actually have to agree to walk to them. And if you have a choice between making patients walk or employees walking, what's your choice? And is there any solution other than that you see?
I'd rather have my employee walk because my patient have foot pain. They've had surgery, they're in crutches, they have a cast, and they don't have mobility issues. So, I'm lucky in the way my medical practice is much smaller than Dowd Medical and PDA. So the passes that were allocated to my employee are working, and they get in there early enough that they found spot. But I can see that could be a check, or that's kind of my lifeline is patient coming in, and if they don't have parking, they're going to drive to Wakefield or Boston or Winchester or another town around to see another doctor that might have easier parking.
Are the spaces allocated for your business in Brandy Court sufficient for the patient traffic you have?
No. Okay. I think it depends. When the builders were there, that was very difficult because they were using at time a third of the parking lot. But it seems that the construction has slowed down a little bit in the downtown, so the availability is a little bit more accessible. I haven't heard patient complain as much, and I listened to their complaint and I apologized and said, "You live in Reading, call the town. I'll make sure my office manager reach out." So we haven't had to complain as much lately. I don't know, with COVID hopefully resolving and the downtown bustling again with the commuters, what's going to be the impact. But I think short, medium, and long-term pictures have to a little bit be considered. So
Thank you. Any other questions for Caroline? Did you have Ann and Brett, did you have a question for Caroline, or do you have a
No,
general comment?
A separate comment. I can wait if. anyone
Thanks,
else-
Caroline. Well, unless anybody else has a question for Caroline, we'll go to Ann and Brett.
Thank you.
Ann and Brett, thanks for attending.
Sure, thank you. This is obviously a big challenge for all the different angles, so I just wanted to throw in also the resident angle. We live on the corner of Woburn Street and Linden Street, so right in the downtown area, and we witness every day there are lots of spots on Woburn Street that are unutilized, much to Liz's point, and I'm sure, and for the businesses that it's a little bit far for people to walk. I know too, there was at one point a proposal for employee parking to be designated on Linden Street, on one side of Linden Street. And that, I think it sounds like, first of all, that's too far for a lot of the employees, but even if you could convince them to walk there, I guess my perspective is right now that's such a mixed use parking area, which I think is a good thing, right? Because I think if you designate something like that as employee only, it's available now. People are not parking there, but it's also used by churchgoers, by the preschool, by funeral goers, residents, visitors. So I like the way it is, where it's available to anyone who's, I guess, willing to walk to it. But I guess the issue that I would raise more importantly, especially as we talk about safety, so we want to be obviously cognizant of the safety of employees who need to walk that distance, but any changes going forward that we're also cognizant of the safety of residents in those areas. So as you make changes or regulations, that you're thinking about how that impacts the residents there. If you shift parking to just one side, you get more space for people to speed up a street that they already speed up, to take a faster turn around Woburn Street, which is really dangerous. So I guess I would just ask in any recommendations going forward, as this kind of trickles out to outside the core downtown area, that the safety considerations of those residential streets are also considered, and also that they are looked at kind of uniformly around all the streets in the area and how that impacts everybody going forward. So Linden Street might be a good option for PDA and Dowd and some of those places that it's a little bit closer to, but that we're also kind of expanding that view on all of the streets around the downtown area. And if we're going to make changes to one, let's look at, making that at least consistent around the whole downtown area.
Thanks for those comments. And I know that you sent an email, very well written and detailed, solution-oriented letter to the park, and I know it was forwarded late today. And Andrew, I don't know if that was to the whole park, or I think it was, but anyway, we do thank you for that well thought out letter. And I guess the comment I would have on it is that we can't control the traffic flow and so forth, but I think you make some good points that because one road is restricted, it's funneling traffic through Linden, and where some resident parking or restricted parking exists on streets not too far from you, then that's creating parking on Linden, which I guess gets to your point that you just made, which is that the more restrictions you put up, the more it just moves parking onto other people's streets. So I guess one of the recommendations that I think you had was that to try to be less restrictive and more unrestricted parking in that general area, so that it kind of spreads things out a little bit. Is that a fair summary of what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think so. And some of my other neighbors who were on the letter are on the call, so they're welcome to share their perspective. I think from where I sit on the street, I think, what I really see is actually people utilizing it for downtown stores and restaurants. I see employees parking. I see a lot of church, preschool, funerals. It's really a area that's used by so many types of people that I think if you do restrict it, you're just going to create another problem down the line, not just for the other streets where it's going to be shifted, but for other businesses to come on to meetings like this with similar problems, right? Like, where are these elderly people mostly going to funerals going to park, and how are they going to access that easily? I know they have some designated lots for those occasions, but I think it just restrict it. And then the other safety issues that we have about Linden, I think we can certainly take to other committees. I think it was just as we were looking at the challenge as a whole, there are certain things that making a restriction like that would worsen some of the problems that we're already experiencing from a safety perspective.
Thanks so much. Any other questions for Ann and Brett? Do we have any other public comments? I'm thinking I do not see any further hands raised. Maybe what we should do is okay, Caroline, did you re-raise your hand, or is it still up from the last?
I did something I wanted to, I don't know if your committee can share this with the Board of Selectmen, but the ratio resident parking of all the condos being built has been an ongoing issue. I'm a resident of Reading. I've been a resident for the last 11 years and have been on many meetings, either by the Board of Selectmen or the Zoning Board of Appeal, where the ratio always gets tossed around and never, is what the builder is going to say it's going to be. And then I feel bad for the Postmark resident now that are dealing with a ratio that they don't have enough parking, and they've paid a lot of money for those condos, but it affects also the businesses around, because now you have to find parking for more people. So I don't know if it's a recommendation that could be made to the other boards that either reinforcing those kind of ratio or making sure they'll be reinforced. As a business owner and a resident, is a concern that I've seen over the years happen over and over again. So sorry to mention this last minute, but I thought about it a little bit later.
Yeah, thanks. Certainly we talked about it. The CPDC makes those rules. John Wester on a committee as a member, and he was up till, I don't know, close to 1 o'clock last night considering some of these issues. But
okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I think it's great to have the public comment. We've been wondering if anybody was out there, so it's just great to have a lot of that, a lot of those comments, because it's really helpful for us. The next item on our agenda is to review the street-by-street proposal and map and discuss Sanborn and Linden Streets. Andrew, would you like to, did I understand between you and Julie's comments, you would be kind of presenting that for us today, or?
Sure thing. I can share that on screen in just 1 second. So we built this out of request because we understood that the map was not always the easiest way to understand some of the proposed changes that have been recommended or to be discussed. And I found this to be very helpful, creating this and a better understanding of what's staying the same or what's changing. So I hope you all had time to review it, but just to let you know, I left some proposed regulations blank because I figured they might warrant more discussion by Park before, and I'm happy to go through the whole list as well, whatever you guys desire.
Maybe first you could just enlarge it a little bit.
Yep.
And then I noticed, just to orient us through that, you've got several tabs here.
Yes.
Maybe you just
So
want
I broke it down into the outer core, and you'll notice the outer core includes 2 areas, one of which is north of the tracks, the other is south of the tracks, just because that area expanded somewhat and it was a bit easier to break it up by geographic area. So I also reviewed the inner core, which was slightly less streets and ways, also public parking lots that are available in town. And then I tried to summarize some of the regulation changes themselves and permit changes that Park was looking at. So I start at the outer core, but please tell me if you have a preferred starting point.
Concern of some of the call involve Linden and Sanborn.
Yep. So I'll just explain kind of line by line what might be best. I apologize. It might have helped if I could share a map at the same time, but I'm not that good at Zoom screen sharing. So the first area described is Lowell Street, right in front of the white church on the street. It's currently 2-hour parking. And based on our conversations and thoughts of expanding employee parking, the proposed regulation change would allow this area to be 2-hour public parking or all day with employee permit, which actually matches Lowell Street and right next door in adjacent areas. I tried to provide space counts as well, and these were done by the engineering department. So give or take a few spaces maybe in reality on some of these, but they should be pretty close. Woburn Street between Lowell Street and High Street. Again, just trying to paint that in my mind. Apologies, an image would help. It's currently a mix of regulations. There's some 2-hour only, there's some 2-hour with all day employee permits. So again, based on the conversations of Outer Core, desires would make the entirety of Woburn Street 2-hour or all day with employee permit. And that's 52 spaces. Mount Vernon Street is currently unregulated. It's a bit to the north of the area. We were proposing no changes there. It is a tight street. High Street, south side of High Street. So again, still north of the tracks, but the south portion of High Street is currently resident only. This was the area that had a lot of questions, I think, at one meeting of when was this done? What's the real regulation here? There's about 16 spaces in the area designated as 2-hour only. And I thought Park might wish to discuss this if they wish to keep these 16 spaces as 2 hours or add it to the commuter parking supply, or maybe even employee parking supply, as we've heard that is now a need here in this area. So are there any thoughts on this area?
Is there any way we could possibly make it like 4-hour parking or unregulated, or not have it employee all day, to kind of maybe for some of the part-time people? I know that would be hard to regulate, but maybe shake it up a little bit.
You know, Park can shake things up a little bit if you find that it's beneficial, though I think we were originally thinking that consistent regulations throughout the area would be easier for and best for enforcement. But again, whatever you guys feel is best for a given area, we can look.
So I guess maybe instead of adding to commuter, that we could just add to employee there then?
Yeah, I think whatever we do there should be consistent with a reg that already exists. Right. I agree with Andrew, the simpler, the fewer number.
I mean, I think it was always commuter. It was always commuter, but the nice thing about commuter is that after 10:30, anybody can park there anyway. So if you allow it, so it's always, and a lot of those spaces open up anyway during the day after the commuters kind of come back. A lot, it's surprising how many. But
I guess right now it's unregulated after 10:30.
Right now, these 16 spaces are 2-hour parking from Christine. If you can remind me the hours, those are enforced. I want to say 7 to 5.
Oh, you're so close. 8 to 5.
8 to 5.
But yeah, the 2 hours is all the time, 8 to 5.
Yep.
But everything else, the resident only is what's after 10:30. Yeah.
But again, I mean, I know it's hard to imagine pre-COVID, in the middle of COVID, but there was an extraordinarily short supply of commuter spaces throughout this whole area. And to take 16 away is a lot, especially given that we have plenty of 2-hour parking that way. It would seem to me that, you know, keeping it reverting back would be preferable. And it doesn't hurt anybody now anyway, because they're going to be open as a result of nobody using them for commuting. Any residents have comments on this stuff? I don't want to exclude them from the discussion here.
I see Caroline has her hand up. Is that a new comment, Caroline?
No, I'm sorry, it's a mistake. I don't
No worries,
have
I
a
can
comment.
lower that for you. Thank you.
Wasn't it mentioned by somebody that they wanted 9:30? I mean, 6 to 9:30 everywhere. Is that not the case anymore?
That
I had
was
suggested that.
suggested here, and we're getting there.
Okay.
Hours.
I guess my original proposal was to change all of them to so that they'd be consistent. So it was 6 to 9:30 to try and get the employees to be able to park there.
Yeah, I think anything that we can condense and whittle down to 1 or 2 Z's and call it a day seems the best result to keep it uniform.
So keep it the same as it was.
Yeah, just like if you're mentioning 2 hour all day on anything, it should be 2 hour all day, like almost everywhere, other than these random side streets with residences or something like that. That is, those couple up in the middle of Haven Street over there. But other than that, we should just, the less rules or, everything's complex now. We just want to make it even simpler. So 2 hours are all day everywhere, and that's it. Like, you know what I mean? On the outer core or whatever.
Yeah. But I mean, again, these were very valuable commuter spaces, and it's reverted back to 2 hours. But everything else on either side of that is commuters parking. So it's just
Mine
existing
was
spaces.
Yeah, mine wasn't about that. Mine was more just in general. I thought someone mentioned 6 to 9:30 in general, not about the specific location.
Sorry, can you see this map if I click this? Okay.
Yes.
Good. So these are the spaces here that are currently in question. South side of High Street here in the green. And Bernie is correct that it's resident only, commuter parking abutting such. So
And so anytime anybody can park there, if we move it from 6 to 9:30, after 9:30, anybody can park there anyway.
that would,
So if we just
But
make
only
it
for
6 to 9:30.
only for 2 hours, right?
Yeah, but we don't have to keep it 2 hours because it could be anybody, doesn't have to be resident. As long as a commuter space opens up after 9, then anybody can park there, employees, shoppers, whoever, as long as it's after 9.
Right. No, I have no problem with that. I'm just confirming that what we are proposing here is resident only until 9:30 a.m. and then after 9:30, free for all.
Yes. I mean, that's the way it is now. That's the way it was until just recently. So it would be the same as everything else on that long strip.
Yeah, I'm jiggy with it.
great. I see Dave Talbot has his hand raised.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I thought that, right, because there was a reason why those spots were moved to 2 hours, because, right, that's where employees will park after 9:30, which in one aspect is good, but the other aspect is, those are prime turnover spots. And so if all the rest of the commuter rail spots open up, right, everywhere else opens up at 9:30, why couldn't we preserve these couple that are, right outside some of these retail spaces where, Green Tomato and, all that stuff, that everything but the dog, right? All of that. Why wouldn't we want to reserve those for 2 hours after 9:30?
if you look at all the green spots all around there, you've got plenty of 2-hour parking already available to anybody that wants to use it. So just restricting it, preventing commuters who used to be able to park there to it's just, what's the point? I mean, there's plenty of other parking for that purpose everywhere else in town. There's no reason that those 16 have to be removed from commuter parking.
I guess the question is, if we can successfully move enough employees to employee parking in the outer core, do we then have enough inventory of 2-hour parking on the rest of those green spaces that we don't need to use these for the high turnover? So I guess it's our level of confidence in getting employees out of these other spaces so that there's enough space for visitors otherwise.
Yeah.
And we can argue that either way. So I think as with much of this process, I think at some point we just have to put a stake in the ground and make a recommendation and give it a try. But
I mean, I think I like the comment that Deputy Chief made earlier, that giving them some flexibility to make some adjustments. I mean, maybe it's, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's to make it consistent, that whole strip, make it consistent. I don't see what the harm is. I mean, 16 spaces being 2 hours is not going to, if you look at all the other green all around there, I mean, where the commuter parking is very short supply for the demand that's there.
that way and just make sure that parking enforcement keeps an eye on it. And, as they always do, there's a constant evaluation of is there enough? So if we start seeing that the commuter rail situation has changed forever and fewer people are commuting, then change it. And if not, then here we go.
So remove the 2 hour from that particular 16 spots.
Yeah, I think I would say let's give those 16 spots the resident only 6 to 9:30 or 6 to 10:30, whatever that's going to be. And then,
if we determine that there's no other 2 hour space, and we can deal with it later as a post-COVID analysis.
Are you comfortable trying it that way, John?
I am. I just wanted to, we had that conversation about those specific 16 spots last time about that, about the reason for that. And I'm comfortable with the direction we're going. I just want us to remember that conversation we had before.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct. I think this is that whole, we got to believe in the power of moving employee parking out, that we're going to get enough 2 hour parking inside. So,
yeah.
Okay. Great.
Agreed.
Good. I'm just gonna move down the list.
I'm sorry, and I cut off. You were going to ask Mr. Talbot.
Oh, yes.
He had his hand up, and I jumped in there. Sorry, Dave.
Well, that's okay. No problem, John. Good to see you all again, and thanks for all the hard work you're doing. This is a very difficult problem. I sat on a similar committee, I think 12 or 14 years ago, and it's brutal. So thank you for the work you're doing. I wanted to just come at this from just a general different direction, which is that as a community, it would be very beneficial to focus on reducing vehicle reliance in transportation alternatives into the downtown. That would be something that would lift all boats in terms of neighborhood quality, facilitating the development downtown, facilitating employees, just having different ways. Obviously, your scope is, we need to find places for people to park. I'm hoping that maybe in the top of your report, you say, well, by the way, we also have major emissions issues we need to deal with as a society. And single driver vehicle use is a very large source of emissions. So I just wanted to throw that in there and thought, hopefully you can make that clear up high and that we can work as a community on strategies for transportation alternatives. Now, on a very minor note, I live on 75 Linden, and there is a margin comment here that says East Side may warrant no parking. And I just wanted to know what's the status of that comment? Is that what the park sees as a recommendation, or is that just a margin comment? What is the status of that? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I think that's remained to that input earlier as well in terms of safety and
exactly. Yeah, Megan. So but where did it come from? Because maybe I'll just jump to my comment, or unless you have more to say.
No, please go ahead.
Okay, I mean, just as a reminder, I mean, that side of the street has 9 homes with about 15 housing units on it. It includes elderly residents. It includes at least 2 families with young children. This street already has very high-speed traffic on it. And I was one of the several people who signed the letter that you got today. You know, that would just be an enormously dramatic negative change for our street, and in particular for all those folks. The width, you know, yes, this is something we need to look at and look at what the options might be. It has been like this for decades as a one-way street with parking allowed on both sides, albeit in this unregulated fashion. But, you know, having a comment that saying, well, maybe we need to make it no parking is worrisome, that this might make it into your final report. And I'm hoping that you can remove that and that we can engage in a larger discussion about this street in particular, given how much we get, you know, as a major flows out of the downtown that are only going to get, you know, more significant over time, including the truck traffic, which we believe is supposed to be, well, it's a whole other discussion. But anyway, I'm hoping you can take that out. That's my request, is that you remove this margin comment that could be interpreted as the park saying that this west side of the street might need to, east side might need to become no parking. That would be my specific request.
Dave, I think some of that came from a prior public hearing where some residents requested it, or I think it might have been the police department. That I'm not sure where that originated, but
I think it originated from,
originally the plan that was presented that started this whole thing was that they were going to change Linden and Sanborn to the regulations of Linden was going to be parking on one side only. And that's when the neighbors jumped in and started participating in this dialogue. And when the presentation was made to the select board, they tabled most of it, but they made some small changes. And so us as a committee has made this unregulated technically. And I thought that it was best that we dealt with the elephant in the room and bring Julie's original proposal to everyone's attention so that we could have a dialogue with the police department, with the select board to figure out what we really, really want the street to be. Because I don't want us park not to have done our due diligence to visit this issue and just have it be kind of vague. I think we really need to put an argument to the town to say why we truly believe it shouldn't be parking on one side only and dealing with Sanborn's issues now rather than waiting to possibly come up again later. So that's here today.
And thank you very much for that. And so that's exactly right. And I guess it's just worrisome to have this language. It may warrant no parking. I mean, if this is in your report, then it could be interpreted later by a future select board as, oh, the park said it should be no parking. I mean, so I'm just hoping, yes, if there's open questions about what to do with the street, it's a tough situation in certain ways, but I'm just hoping you can remove that language so that
Dave,
it doesn't, yeah.
We haven't actually talked about it yet.
Okay. All right. Well,
I think we're
there and I'm reacting to it. So that's all.
Oh, I know. And that's why I brought it up, so we could all voice our opinions on it, as opposed to everybody hearing me say, we need it unregulated. We really need to.
Okay.
So
I guess
I want you to comment later when we've really.
Oh, okay. We're not there yet. Okay. I was hoping to only inflict myself on you all once, but anyway. Okay.
We're just 2 rows away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we weren't there yet. My bad. I will now drop my hand and shut off my camera.
No, stay with us.
Okay. All right. Whatever. But thank you.
No problem.
So we're back to Chute and Bancroft.
Yep. So Chute Street. This is located between Mount Vernon and Woburn Street. It's currently 2-hour only. And again, to be consistent with our outer core proposals, this could be 2-hour or all day with employee. Bancroft is currently resident only 6 to 10:30 and unregulated after. And I believe that your thought, Karen, that employees might be able to utilize this space as well. I believe I had read that in one of the
maybe regulated, which would also allow them to park there.
Yes, that would be.
Anybody can park there. So I think that we don't need to designate it as employee owned. I don't think we need to.
So unregulated like Linden and Sanborn, or?
Well, keep the resident only from 6 to 9:30, to prevent a bulk of commuters park on Linden, but they'll definitely park on Bancroft because it's a lot closer to the train. So if we keep the restriction that's there now, 6 to change it to 9:30 and then make it unregulated after that, then employees can park there if they want to anyway.
I agree with that.
Any other comments on that?
And I agree with the suggestion to make shoot 2 hour or all day with employee parking.
Sorry, I am going to jump back up to shoot here because I have a comment that there's a residential only portion, which is right here. I think Park should discuss whether this should.
8 spaces, and then there are 10 spaces that are not pink. Or am I getting that wrong?
Correct. No, you're right. So the 10 spaces that are like the dark pinky red, they're currently resident permit only until 10:30, which we want to turn into 9:30. And then the other ones that are pink over green, that's what we're saying should be employee permit, 2 hours or employee permit all day. And so Andrew was asking, did we want the employee permit stuff to also go up into the 10? But I think what Karen was saying is that much like Bancroft, if we leave it as resident permit until 9:30, then that sort of solves the employee thing without adding another commuter rail problem. Is that right?
Yep.
So make it the same as Bancroft, I think what we're trying to do is simplify things as opposed to adding. So the Bancroft between.
No, I think it's indicated here. Which, Andrew, if you can flip the old Excel sheet back on. So yeah, we need to make it look like what it says on the map. And do you know what I mean, Andrew?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't it say there's 18 there? And the chart, it's just 13. Or am I looking in the wrong spot?
No, you're right. The numbers add up differently. So I guess
You're
that's
right. So some of the counts differ, 2 sides of streets, hydrants.
Okay.
I used the engineering counts, but the goal remains the same, I think.
Yep.
So we decided, yep. So
combo platter for Shoot Street.
Yep. Just gonna add a change.
There are some people that have their hands raised. Do we address them now or do we?
Yep.
Dave, do you have your hand raised again?
Oh, sorry, it's still up from before, yeah.
Robin, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah. Yes, just 9 restriction for residents, or a permission for residents up until 9:30, changed from 10:30, to avoid employees getting there sooner, or I'm just not quite sure I understand. And then it's going to go to employee parking, but 9:30 doesn't help me any more than 10:30 does. So I'm trying to sort out.
It's to avoid out of town people parking for the commuter rail is what that's for.
So because you think there aren't enough commuter rail spots, that you don't necessarily want people coming from out of town and parking.
Correct.
There all day.
But then we're saying that for businesses unlike yours, where some of the people come in later than from 9:30 on, that'll be great for them. But we do want to, that's why we're saying we need to have some employee parking that starts earlier so that you guys can.
Got it. Okay. I just was trying to understand that. Appreciate it.
Deputy Chief.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you want to hear my opinion on Shoot, but the only thing I would just throw out to you guys is that most of that section that you're going to change to possibly employee is all the church parking that, could interchange daily in the morning when they have church or a funeral. So I just don't know if they would be very hindered if you put employees there all day.
Doesn't employee parking, that's not on Sundays anyway, is it?
No, but I didn't know if the, funerals or anything in the weekday, that's all. No, weekends is free for all downtown, but.
Are
Just
there,
throwing that out there. I've just dealt with parking issues with them before.
are the funeral parlors? I don't, there are no funeral parlors on that street, are there?
No, it's across, but you know, if you're going to the mass first and then gonna go to the, or you know, the funeral part would be
The funeral itself.
at the church, yeah.
Do they have,
I have dealt with parking issues there before, so. Just throwing it out there to you guys.
do they have the possibility of putting out those little cones like they do at the funeral homes when they know in advance that they're going to have a funeral?
I mean, like, that's one of the things we just put blinders on for, so if, you know, if everybody's good with it, then sure.
We're good with you using your blinders.
Yeah.
We love that. Please do.
Okay.
Thanks. So can we go to, are we all set on Shoot and Bancroft? Can we go to Linden and Sanborn?
I think so.
Yes.
I
So
don't have
if I can say a couple things to Dave. So first of all, I agree with your concerns about the speed of cars going up Linden. And so one thing we have talked about in the past is that keeping the higgledy-piggledy parking free for all actually is a natural traffic calming device. And so I think we'd probably be inclined to not get rid of that. And then the other thing I will just say is, you know, since you haven't been riveted to our meetings for months, you've missed some of the conversations that we have had about, yes, one of our members is not here tonight.
He's not here tonight, but you guys have a great committee that you can start.
So are we supporting the idea of keeping these unregulated, Sanborn and Linden?
So Linden, and I think the deputy chief is probably going to want to chime in here because we've discussed it and keeping it as unregulated. And the reasons being is safety and speed, and speed is a huge issue. I think snow removal, and when it snows, trying to argue against them wanting to have the parking on a specific side of the street. You know, there's a big embankment on one side, and people that live on Linden end up walking in the middle of the street to begin with. We walk our dogs in the middle of the street because not all the sidewalks are cleared. Even though the sidewalks were cleared this last snowstorm, parking is still out in the street because you can't actually get to the sidewalk to walk on it by the condo. So I firmly believe that keeping it the way it is and having us self-regulate to slow it down. I don't know if we can change the speed limit on the street. I don't even know if there's a speed limit posted. Does anybody know if there is?
There isn't.
There isn't. So, you know, there is the issue that there's a no truck sign at the bottom, which doesn't always prevent the trucks from coming up. But so Linden's complicated. Sanborn is even more complicated. I don't know if anyone's on the call from Sanborn. Anybody? No? All right. I can speak about Sanborn, I guess, but let's deal with Linden first. So
I live on Sanborn, so if there's any questions.
We're talking about Upper Sanborn, not Lower Sanborn.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Where the school is?
Yep.
Okay.
So as far as Linden, I guess we'd like to propose that it stays unregulated.
But talk about it at PTTF in 2 weeks and see, you know, why we had bought that 2 years ago. I just need to refresh my memory on the whole thing.
Okay. Okay, so our proposal is going to be to leave it as unregulated, correct?
Yeah, we would go back and check our crash data and all that, but you know, we're pretty much what you guys suggest. We're going to leave it at that unless we have any major reasons to change anything. That's not one that I can think of that we would ever, you know, step in and say anything about.
Okay, thank you.
I think having some consistency from street to street in that whole neighborhood makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, once you do something for one street, then it just funnels things over to the other streets. But are there any comments that would not leave it the same as we have it here, unregulated? Sounds like we'll just leave it unregulated. Is that okay?
So it is adding towards the employee pool because it's unregulated. And
Yeah,
getting
exactly.
Enough to town, a lot of commuters park on the street anyway, so it is adding to the pool spaces. Sanborn.
And Deputy Chief, if we have an employee who parks in some of these unregulated spaces and they have if they displayed their employee placard I mean, I guess you would probably look at that and acknowledge that, they're there and, they have a right to be there. Is that, I mean, I think.
Yeah, and if you leave it unregulated, anybody has the right to be there, as long as they're not blocking a driveway or anything. Yep.
Right, okay. Pleasant, Parker, anything here?
Well, you skipped Sanborn.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about the two in the same, but. Yeah,
Upper Sanborn, I believe the neighbors would like to stay unregulated. The only real issue is at the corner of the dance school. And I don't know if the police can comment on this, but a lot of the parents sit and idle in their cars waiting for the students to come out. And a lot of times they've double parked there, and people come off of Lowell or Salem and they come around that corner at a blazing speed. And if a young dancer hasn't given a hit yet, they're going to get hit because they fly around that corner, and it's really dangerous. So I don't know what kind of regulations the neighbors would want. I think from my perspective of looking at it is not having any parking right in front of the school, but I don't think the school building owner is on the call. So I don't want to have a discussion without her having an opportunity to jump in. But that really needs to be visited. There's tons of parking on there, and unregulated is probably fine, but that little section right by the corner is really treacherous.
So that's not necessarily a parking issue, but it's like, I guess, sounds like Deputy Chief could note that.
Yeah, she could note it. I think it would be a parking issue because she had to provide a certain number of spaces when she was developing the school. And it's conservatory, so they're there starting at 7 or 7:30 in the morning till 7:30 at night. So her parking needs have expanded in time as far as now it's all day as opposed to just the later half of the day. So I think that street is going to come up in discussions again. So I just wanted to put it on the record.
I will throw out there, Karen, that before they became a conservatory, there were actually adult fitness and other classes there during the day, starting early in the morning. So it is a different use, but it's not that it wasn't used in the mornings. It just wasn't as much dropping off. It was more people parking and staying for classes.
Okay.
The only thing I could offer too is when we did ask for regulations on Sanborn a year or two ago, the homeowner at the corner across the street, I believe she owns a daycare. So she was asking that we do not regulate anything on Sanborn. I think that's
just on her side of the street or on the whole street.
She didn't want any regulations on the whole street.
Okay.
I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, because she's got people coming, going, and dropping off kids. And that's
I agree.
I can remember from Sanborn.
I remember that too. I remember that call.
Yeah, I do too.
But we can look at the safety aspects. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So if we can look at, if we can we agree that it should be unregulated? Is that what we're saying on that Upper Sanborn? I mean, Sanborn.
For Sanborn, yeah.
Just want to note that Dave Talbot has his hand raised again.
Yeah, it was just to follow up quickly. Does the previous discussion mean that you'll change that comment to say recommend leaving it unregulated as opposed to may need to?
Yeah, I think we can delete the, if it makes you feel good, I have no problem deleting those comments so that they're expunged from the universe.
Some of us worry for a living, so thank you.
There's only so many things that we can do to make people happy, and if that makes somebody happy,
you just made me happy.
It's only a delete key. That would be great.
Like the most decisive thing we've done as a committee, Dave. We're happy to help.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Bernie. Well done. Andrew, could I ask, because we're just flipping back and forth between map and grid here. If you could go back to the map for a second, and I'm sorry, I don't have the whole, I'm looking at multiple screens at a time. On Lowell Street up there on the at the end of Sanborn and Linden, is that part of Lowell Street on our grid? Are we going to be discussing that?
That's a good question. I don't believe it is. I don't think that there's actually room for street parking on Lowell Street.
No, there is. I mean, there's parking right in front of Town Hall and all the way to, well, I don't know how far it goes.
It's really just in front of Town Hall.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just right there. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry, forgive me. And is that part in front of Town Hall on our grid later?
That was up here.
Okay, perfect. Ignore me and carry on.
No changes. 2 hour and employee there.
Perfect. Beauteous.
I guess my only question on Sanborn Street, with it being unregulated, is this something where Sanborn Street can become overnight parking street potential in the future as being one of the only unregulated kind of streets kind of thing?
None of these unregulated night. This is just daytime unregulated.
Yeah.
I think we have to go back. I think we have to go back to the select board with respect to the section 5.9. And we could potentially recommend that regulation be changed, so that it allows overnight parking if we want to recommend that.
But I don't think I don't know that that was going to be a street by street recommendation, Chris. I think that was either a let it happen or come up with a snow specific location. But if we were doing that, I don't think Sanborn would be it.
Well, yeah, I like I said, I don't live over there, so I don't know. I guess the advantage is it's a one way, which makes it easier because now there's not both sides of the street, but I don't know if I'm just making that up in my head.
There was overnight parking on that street all the time. So whatever was on Lower Sanborn, the apartment building, not necessarily Postmark, but the apartment building there, they all parked up Sanborn and when I walk my dogs, I'd see them walk to their cars and go to work in the morning. So there was a lot of overnight parking up there right in front of the church. And
when it was not being enforced, you mean?
Correct.
When the overnight parking was not being enforced, people were parking, but now they can't because the overnight parking ban is enforced.
They changed the ban. We didn't have it before. They've just reinstalled it. So before
Well, we always had the ban.
It was the only year we didn't enforce. It's always been a town regulation overnight parking everywhere.
Is it banned though in the summertime? Is it just in the wintertime?
So we've only been enforcing it in the winter. So now we're going to have to look at our new downtown as an issue of what we're going to do. Yes. It is in the rules for all the time, but yes, we only enforce in the winter. Usually it ends in April.
And Sanborn Street is a one way on one part of it, which would help for snow plowing. And it would help with this 2 condominium complexes on Sanborn. So if you were going to pick a specific street, I think Sanborn, I don't see why Sanborn wouldn't be one of those streets.
One way doesn't help with snow plowing because we're not saying you can only park on one side of the street.
Remain resident only and unregulated after, or add to the 2-hour and employee supply, we're talking Pleasant Street again.
Yeah, I think we should add to that employee supply to try to get more permits into circulation.
You want to point that out, Andrew, right there?
Yep. So Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think resident only came up in some previous public outreach by the residents there. Is that where that came from?
Not to my knowledge. I'm actually not sure where that came from. The resident issues that I had mentioned in a prior meeting are actually further down Pleasant Street, and they're unrelated to this. When I did talk to PTTF about some of the changes here that are slightly different than what the staff recommendation was a couple of years ago to get feedback, just right at our meeting right before Christmas. And with regards to Pleasant Street, the feeling was that they need to remain 2-hour. I'm not sure if employee is also a good idea in that location because the senior center lot can't accommodate that many people. And then the ramp from the senior center lot into the senior center is not ADA compliant. So a lot of seniors who use the senior center actually park along Pleasant Street. And that parking is also needed when there are meetings and events at the Pleasant Street Center. So many staff of PTTF were strongly in favor of keeping that area the way it is right now.
And what is the current regulation again?
It's 2-hour.
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 And does that accommodate the people? Do they need more than 2 hours if they're going to be at the senior center for a while?
It's a good question. I haven't heard that, but That's a good question. Potentially.
I mean, could it be the less regulated? I don't know if that would be.
Is it the same regulations on both sides?
Yeah, I think so.
This green here and this green here, and then just to clarify, the blue here is 2 hour or employee at the end of the street.
Okay, so there is some employee parking there.
Right.
Okay. I would vote just leave it the way it is.
And could we go back to the Excel spreadsheet and just see what is the way it is now? Mix of 2 hour only and 2 hour all day employee. Yeah.
Seems reasonable to leave it.
I don't think you see it on that map, but inside that lot, there's more 2 hour and employee.
Yeah,
space. Okay. I don't know if you see it.
You're exactly right. And we've talked about leaving that lot alone with the way that is too. So yes, absolutely. We are aware of that guy too.
Just moving down Parker Street, it's currently unregulated. There's no changes proposed. It's a very small street. I don't think that there's any parking on that street currently. That's here. It's a very tight street. Oops, sorry, wrong button. Elliott Street, it's currently unregulated. My memory was that Park didn't wish to change Elliott Street, but please let me know if there's any new thoughts.
I say leave it the way it is.
Remind me on the map where Elliott is again?
This is it here.
Oh, down there. Yeah, right. Do some education around the fact that, streets are public.
And unregulated is unregulated.
So many of the other streets are unregulated. It's kind of unregulated. Then it winds up being, we're not doing anything differently. It sort of makes it easier to explain.
Yep.
Okay, moving down to Haven Street, east of Main
So
Street.
there's the deputy chief has just made a comment in the chat that Elliott Street, the map might not correctly depict the Elliott Street.
No parking on one side.
Elliott Street is no parking on one side. Not sure why the maps do not show.
Is the other side unregulated though? Just like free for all?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Do you know what side is no parking, Christine?
Yes. Stand by. I'm looking at the rules right now. Oh, I X'd them out. I know. Let me see real quick.
No worries, no rush. You can throw it in the chat whenever.
Is it because
It's the east side. Yeah. Yep, the east side of it. I think it was because of the width of the street. They had people were parking on both sides, and it was a problem.
Thank you. So yep, jumping down to Haven Street, east of Main Street. It could go as far as down to Village Street or wherever you feel is beneficial. It's currently a mix of 2 hour only and 2 hour for employee. So we were thinking that the whole thing could become 2 hour or employee all day, which would really be these.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
It would extend it all the way down.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I think the nice thing about, spreading the employees, it doesn't bunch them all up in one area. And of course, it's putting the parking where they are closer to presumably their base of operations anyway, so.
Chapin Ave, same thing, proposing the street to become 2 hour all day, 2 hour or employee all day, just to push it all the way down to the end here.
But right now it's unregulated.
I believe that is correct.
It's part employee and then part unregulated. Is that what it currently is?
Double check.
Because there's a lot of people that need to park there for the businesses on that side of
Main Street.
that side of Maine, right?
Yeah.
It does get a lot of, I mean, I know when I go down to the Taylors there, it's over there.
So just to throw a wrench into it, the condos going up, is this going to turn into an issue like at the Postmark where all of a sudden people are going to buy a condo and have one space and then they're going to.
I'm sure it will, yeah. Depends on what the parking, what's the parking ratio that's being required on that development.
Well, from my understanding, I don't think it matters what the parking ratio is because everybody, you know, a son will move in and get another car and all of a sudden a condo unit that has one space now needs 3. I mean, that's a big change and it doesn't matter if you have 2 spaces per unit. It appears like people are always going to go. It's like my own house. I started out with 2 cars. Now I have 4. You know, it's just, I don't think you're ever going to have the spaces for condos match what the residents claim they need.
Yep. And we can't solve that anyway. So.
Right, we can't. So that's where I feel like it gets confusing where they're referred to us to talk about their parking issues at these condos, whereas we don't really have much to do with that. But we need to hear them. So I feel like by the end of this process, we should be able to tell somebody all the concerns, even though they've all heard it, but to somehow figure out how to figure it out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like if an overnight parking change is made, that solves, 80% of those concerns. And the other ones, cleaning people having to drop off vacuums and then park farther away, that's beyond the scope of this committee. So, all right.
But
So
these
Chapin Avenue.
2-hour spaces, these 2-hour regs, did they stop at a certain time during the day, like 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock?
I think it's 5 o'clock.
5. So after 5, somebody could theoretically park overnight.
Well,
They need
if
to.
we get rid of that regulation,
Yeah.
right now the regs, but yes.
So we have that possible flexibility built into these regs. Anything else?
Sorry,
Andrew?
I missed that comment.
I'm just saying, I was just making the comment that the problem is the overnight parking ban. And if we somehow, even though we might make something 2 hours, if it stops at 5 and then somebody can come home from work and park overnight, then the regulations are sufficient. It also can accommodate, the residential need after 5, if that's the case, but that has to be dealt with by the overnight parking reg.
So that's,
Would that be
move
resolved by
on?
just saying, if you have a residential sticker, you can park there
park where?
in front of your house?
Oh, I'm gonna reiterate. Let's get back to the overnight thing after we do our street by street. So we're worried about the daytime right now, and then let's worry about solving the overnight thing later. We're still on Chapin Avenue, right?
Yep. And just want to add, not to add to the confusion of this conversation, but there is no parking signage in front of the Mission of Deeds building. So Christine, can I ask you if that's town enforced or if that is the business, because it's on their building?
Sorry, I have too many screens open.
Me too.
Well, it should be town enforced on that side.
Okay, just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they have their own signs. People must just park there, but yeah.
I mean, Andrew, is your question, did the Mission of Deeds make that decision, or is that a town regulation?
That was my question, yes.
Not who's enforcing it, but are they allowed to, is that sign just them being cheeky, or is that a real thing?
Yeah, Chapin Ave is kind of weird. We're kind of just seeing what it comes out looking like and try to see what we should do after when the construction's done.
Yeah, it almost seems like Chapin Ave is unknowable until the Chronicle building is built. I don't know.
So maybe no changes for now here, just leave it
Or, I
Yeah.
mean, I guess we can leave the recommendation that if it makes sense after construction, the entire street be 2-hour or all day employee, just because then that neighborhood would be more consistent. But acknowledging that. Who knows?
Alrighty, I'm gonna move down to Green Street. You know, more comments. This is Green Street east of Main Street down to Elliott. It's currently unregulated. Thoughts were that this portion could become when be added to the 2-hour or all day with employee supply. So that's this portion here.
I mean, this sort of looks a lot like the Bancroft, Sanborn and so forth on the other side, like everything's unregulated. And I guess I'd be concerned about why are we taking something that's unregulated and making it 2-hour. That's probably gonna, there are residents over here and such.
There
Yeah.
are, yes.
So, I mean, you're gonna probably get a lot of pushback from people who says, now I can't park in front of my house during the day. So why are we, I mean, it looks like we've really expanded the employee considerably. So it's not, I mean, if we make it unregulated, the employees can park there anyway. So why restrict it to the residents that they can't park in front of their own house anymore? Same thing with really Chapin, I guess. What's the rationale for this? Just I can see the employee thing, but again, if it's unregulated, the employees can park there anyway.
I agree. Julie, why did we decide, why did we talk about changing this to regulated?
I'm sorry, which street are you talking about?
Green, connecting with Elliott.
I think we've got Bolton. I guess this would apply to Bolton. I can't see the name of that street again. We just talked about it.
That's Bolton.
Bolton, Elliott.
Elliott.
Right. Yeah, so
Elliott and Chapin.
these were streets where we thought there was an opportunity to expressly say people with employee permits can park there, and also open it up to 2-hour public parking. So just adding regulations to empower different users. It's, it may be fine to leave them unregulated if you think just enough education to people with employee permits about their ability to park there, or people without employee permits, that might be fine. We were just trying to increase the quote unquote supply of places where employees could park.
All right, so should we make all, including Chapin then, should we bring it all to unregulated? And what's the top street there that's also got the 8 spaces with the green?
That's Haven.
Oh, that's Haven on the other side of Maine. Yeah.
I think it would be confusing if we change something that's already there. So I think that we need to leave what's already employee. Haven, make the changes we propose, and Chapin's already employees, so I don't see why we should change it. The other ones, I do think it's an education thing, and I think a map and, we can't, what more can we do other than we can only tell them where it is, and if they're choosing not to park there, we can't help that.
You're talking about the employees. If it's
Right.
unregulated, just let them know.
Let them know that it's there, and
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that would be better.
Markets are pretty efficient. Once people figure it out, they'll know it's there too.
And I think, again, to the previous point, when we get to the point where, decisions are made and there's an official map and we're distributing it, indicating these quote unquote unregulated, anybody can park here things includes distributing that to the people in the neighborhood so that they understand employees could be parking here.
Mhm.
And, because streets are public.
And customers could be parking there.
And customers could be parking there.
I mean, that's.
And the residents or anybody, yeah. I mean, as long as we have enough, it will flow to where it needs to go. So no change on Chapin and otherwise unregulated for the rest of those streets there.
No change on Green.
No change on Green, Washington, and Bolton, but Chapin, we're going to leave the employee parking because it's already there.
I see, yeah. It's already unregulated, yeah.
Okay,
And south of the train tracks.
south of train tracks, there
We
weren't
need
a
to
lot
take a
of
5-minute break or? Okay. I'll take a 60-second break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Continue, please.
So really the discussion south of the train tracks, there weren't very many changes. It's resident only commuter parking for a majority, but some of the areas are no parking, 6 to 10:30, and just thought it might warrant a discussion if you want to add that to the commuter supply or leave as is or unregulated, whatever you want, for you to decide.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
So forgive me because I've not been part of this committee or anything before, but there's that row of parking spots that's not highlighted. It's on the map right now. It's like below Bolton Street and by General Street. Yeah, kind of where you are there. That's by the old Walgreens. And I had heard that was MBTA parking, but that MBTA doesn't believe that's MBTA parking and it's actually town parking. So I just wonder if that's maybe an untapped area. I know it's a bit distant from some of these places, but could that be something that could be opened up?
We have talked about that secret stash as a potential overnight parking solution.
Yeah.
Because of the mysterious, do we own it? Do we not?
Right.
Who's paying attention?
Right.
We have told many people it's wide open. Nobody takes advantage of it except for construction vehicles that are doing construction in the area, really.
But, and it's a great idea to sort of, presumably publish a map when all of this is said and done and just kind of remind people where there's available parking. Emphasizing that that's one of the choices is a great idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
Who would be able to give us the final answer on who owns that parking?
I don't think we want to bring it up. We want the MBTA to notice.
Dean has tried, and I think everybody that knew about it is long gone. And
we don't want to. We don't want to ask the question. I can tell you, I do a lot of work with the MBTA. Are not aware of the properties that they own. It actually makes sense, right? So the MBTA, right? They purchased an entire or a couple of entire railroads, right? And those railroads, right, passed on these file cabinets full of properties, and some of them burned in a fire up in Billerica. I mean, they just don't know. And so, right, and on top of it, their real estate arm is all outsourced. And so there's no actual MBTA employee that manages all the commuter rail properties. So they don't know. And honestly, if it's not a property that is functionally important to them, that they're not going to care either. So if we ask a question, they'll take it and put in and lease it to us. But if we don't ask a question, we're good.
You can ignore my question.
I think we should consider it ours, right? Possession, 9/10 of the law.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for those comments. Just going to jump back to south of the train tracks and see if Park desired any changes around the no parking areas.
Is there a reason Arlington Street, Washington Street, and Minot doesn't just have the resident only? Like, why are they no parking instead of resident only parking for those chunks of time? Is it just they were particularly vocal and got their way, or is there like a real reason?
Yeah, I talked about this with PTTF, and I think the reason was actually the street width is narrow, and so it's really for public safety.
Great, then let's let sleeping dogs lie.
There we go.
But it says no parking 6 to 10:30. That means people could park after that. So we change it
that's true.
6 to 9:30.
That's when the street loosens up.
No, it's no parking all the time on both sides. of
Oh, it
Arlington,
is.
Washington. I don't know exactly why Minot, but I remember Arlington, Washington is in those sections is no parking all the time.
Arlington.
Oh, okay. I look at the other map, the downtown parking map. I have a different one. So I don't see yours right now, but
Secret police map.
no,
that we have-
everybody. It's the one we give out on town. I think the one you use is from the study.
Yeah,
Right.
it is. It's from the Nelson Nygaard study, and it's the one I just continued to use it for continuity's sake. 'Cause it was the one I was using before, and it has like estimates of how many parking spaces are along each stretch. So it's got a little more information
should
added,
take
and it's
those-
mostly, I think it's mostly correct.
So does that mean we should take the 15 out because there's no parking at all? Out of the chart?
So is that correct? Would you say that the street width is in fact narrower than all the other streets around it that have parking?
That's what I recall why they were no parking. I mean, I can have Ryan, the town engineer, look back into it, but I think he was at our last meeting too. So, because there's no parking all the time, so I imagine that was
It
why.
would just be useful to understand.
Yeah, we
that.
can look back and see when that started and get good answers for you.
It's also pretty dense. There's 6 houses on both sides.
But that means the residents can't park on the street either if it's no parking.
Well, it's also broken up, it's not like there's long stretches of curb to park.
Oh, I
Except for
see.
the.
A lot of
except for the
driveways.
end near Woburn. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So are we recommending any changes to the rest of this section here? We've got,
I guess we never resolved the whole 9:30
Lincoln?
versus 10:30 business.
Yes, that's under the regulations that we are
Okay, sorry, I'm
looking to. No worries, I can jump around whatever you guys feel. There's
just
only,
this is a section heavy with that.
there's only one other question on south of the tracks. This area here is 2-hour parking. I don't exactly know why or when, but didn't know if it warranted a discussion to change to commuter or not.
That was
I
2
think
hours
that's-
because it used to be a store there. Now it's apartments.
Right.
Yeah, but there is Swiss Bakers and that mortgagee place.
There is, yeah.
So I think it is trying to make sure that there's some turnover there, that doesn't just turn into commuter rail parking.
Right.
that's right behind the train tracks, or is that on the street?
It's on the street, right in front of the Met.
Yep.
Oh, on that side of the street. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable to maintain some turnover there, don't you?
For the Swiss bakers and
Yeah.
Yeah, so
They-
that's 2 hour.
Yeah, just leave it.
yeah, leave it.
Okay. All right, that's the outer core. Thank you. Inner core is a little smaller, so, and a little more simple. So again, overall concept of the inner core, both from the staff proposal and from what I've heard from Park, was that 2-hour parking to help with turnover would be a benefit. So just going through it, Main Street between Woburn Street and all the way down to Washington Street, it's already 2-hour, so no changes there. Again, specific areas that may warrant 30 minutes that can be discussed further in the future as changes happen or now. Same thing with Haven Street. It's currently 2-hour. What is there besides potentially some, again, specific areas that may warrant 30 minutes or hour or less. Gould Street is currently a mix of 2-hour or 2-hour with or all day with employee permit. And there's also a small portion of resident reserve that must remain because they don't have a driveway, but proposed changes were to take this portion of Gould Street and simply remove the employee all day requirement so that it's 2-hour only.
I mean, that makes sense.
I think the signs they just put up are 2 hour or employee.
That is the current regulation. Okay, Green Street. This is a resident-only street, very dense. Actually, it's quite tight residential street as well. So Park had decided that no changes were going to be made to this portion of Green Street here. Remain resident only.
Right.
High Street, again, north side of High Street now, which is here. This green portion here, already 2 hour, not proposed to be changed.
Is that where the new, is there a development that's going right in front there?
There is a proposed development in front of CPDC at the 6 Chute Street site, 6 and 16 Chute. We had already decided, I put this in both because I couldn't tell if it was in or outer, but we had already decided that the south side changed. So moving down to Ash Street, this is between Haven Street and Washington Street. It's currently a mix of 2 hour and unregulated parking, and the proposal was to make this whole street 2 hour. Jumping down to Linden Street, again, resident only, 6 to 10:30. Wasn't sure if Park thought that that should stay or if it should be added to the 2 hour supply, or if it was similar thoughts on Green, just leave it for the residents.
I think we should leave it just because there's a funeral home and there's a lot going on that street. So
Yeah, there's like a, what is it, a 6-family house, or there's like a,
there's a multifamily house, then there's also an apartment building.
Yeah.
The bank is at the end, and there's a lot going on down there. So I think, I don't want to say less regulation is better, but I just think.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and just again, we'll know it's unregulated after 10:30 or 9:30 when we get there. Hearing no objections, I'll keep that. Chute Street between Woburn.
We just talked about that.
So Chute Street, that would remain.
Yeah.
So that's the Unicor.
All right, we're moving right along here.
Nice.
Is there a running total of how many spaces?
I can do that, yeah, but give me just 1 second as I figure it out.
But you don't have that, you don't have those spaces in some of the sections, so it might not be an accurate reading.
Right, it might not auto sum it.
Yeah, maybe we should just move on until we come back and get the numbers later.
I can add that to the spreadsheet though tomorrow. Just looking at parking lots and what the park had discussed and throwing it on the spreadsheet. So both Brandy Court and CVS have 4 hour parking, employee parking. No overnight is mentioned in there, and Park was looking to potentially recommend kiosks there. I don't know if now is a good time to jump to Julie, who did some kiosk research over the past few weeks. And I can either share your doc, Julie, or stop the share, whatever you would prefer.
Yeah, if Park is ready to talk about kiosks, or I don't know if you want to finish up with this part first.
Sort of low hanging fruit. I mean, there's not a lot of changes that we're recommending here. I guess the only other question is whether we Pleasant Street and then the senior center allowing overnight, but I think that's another, maybe that's just another.
Yeah, it's a separate. Yeah, is everybody cool with what they see in the proposed regulations for everything else on the lot so that we can go to kiosk town?
But just the town hall employee would perhaps prohibit the rest of the, any other unrestricted. It doesn't sound like it's ever used. Is that right? That's what I heard earlier.
Yeah, I should clarify that. I don't think we were thinking of putting employee only with permit signage there, but just maybe better education that it could potentially be available.
Oh, I see.
Are we not going to put anything about the Harnden Street lot since it's not really much parking there?
Um,
I think that, well, we had said at the last meeting to leave it the way it was, but I guess it's not, that's not, what's PSC? Oh, no,
Pleasant Street
no,
Center,
sorry,
I guess there just wasn't a name for this lot.
Yep, no, you're 100% right, sorry. Oh, that was a good suggestion because I agree with them that I don't think a lot of civilians use it and we could make that, could add to the inventory that way.
Especially on that side of the street.
So it's that little cut through.
Whoever wants to go to those businesses in that area or park there and walk across the street to go to Cafe Nero, the employees take the spaces because it's very close to downtown. So I think that we could split the nickel and just half as employee, 2 hour employee on one side and just 2 hour on the other side.
What commuter rail parking was in the past, in the demand, right? The massive demand in downtown. I right, sort of that we're all aware of. Make sure that we're not, I'm going to say, underutilizing those resources that we used to, they used to be in demand for commuter rail. So, right, commuter rail ridership today is down by 75% of what it was back pre-pandemic. And which, you know, more, you know, leverage the network a little bit more. And what the pandemic has done has actually accelerated that, because they've taken, and the T, I just want us to be aware that the T is actually making so that.
So do we need to come up with a contingency plan? Do you know what I mean? Like plan A, plan B, and then, oh, here's another secret plan that, do you know what I mean? Like, it could be
I think let's check.
a couple of
I'm
years.
supposed to be on a 9:30. I'm supposed to be on a 9:30. Well, maybe we could just focus on the parking stuff and leave the MBTA stuff for another day.
Well, I bring it up only because that's I mean, look at all the parking spots there. That's a huge, if that goes untapped, that's a shame. Because it's
but
not.
employees can park there after 9:30 anyway.
Right there, we heard two big employers where, you know, 9:30 or 10:30 is a problem.
They need it for 7.
We've also opened up considerably.
I'll just preface it by saying that my memory from prior conversations is that it seems like a majority of the park is interested in pursuing the kiosk idea in the 2 lots, the Brandy Court lot and the Upper Haven lot. And so I was just putting together kind of a time. So can you all see it on your screen?
Yep.
Okay. So MAPC, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, which is, you know, our regional planning agency, they have a collective purchasing contract where they have vetted different vendors of parking kiosks and multi-space parking solutions. So through that process, they can negotiate better rates for these types of equipment. We use their collective purchasing for bike shelters and bike racks to get the bike shelter down by the train. So we're familiar with working with them of things. So through their process, they identified 5 different vendors over here on the left. And they have, you know, their price sheets, and they negotiated for all different types of equipment. And I don't know if you can all see this, but their price sheets kind of look something like this. They're very, I can't see myself, so I can't see if I'm showing it to you, but it's like very detailed spreadsheets of everything. So what I did is I went through and I tried to figure out, you know, with the limited knowledge I have, which line items we would want, and then put together here and try to include in this chart the different facets that are part of the whole kiosk pricing structure and things that we would need to consider. So our consultant had recommended that we would want to estimate about $15,000 per kiosk, and he recommended we go with 4 kiosks. he actually recommended that we go with the Ventec model, which is the most expensive. So 60,000 wouldn't quite get us there. But as you can see from this chart, breaking it down into the different components, like the kiosk unit itself, and then, you know, there's actually quite a range in like what the base unit could cost. And that depends on how many things are considered add-ons, how many things are already included in the base unit, and then the different capacity and capabilities of the base unit. So in the add-ons column, add-ons include things it's pretty standard for the engineering division. So I was like, how about 25? So putting this all here, there's a pretty decent range, I think, to some degree, without having like met any of these vendors or vetted them or really dug too far into their materials beyond their price, what you pay for. So what I'm trying to say here is, given this range, I think, I think a safe ask for town meeting would be maybe between $75,000 and $100,000. Let me just scroll down really quick because I want to just show you the other components. So, and I can send this to you after I literally finished it at 5 o'clock today. And I was just like, I'm not going to bombard your inboxes with this right now. So the mobile app package. So if you're not familiar with mobile apps, there's some different choices in this region. Pay by phone is what the MBTA uses. They use it in their lot right by the train downtown. They use it at their Alewife parking. It's what they use. It's also what is used in the town I live in, Arlington. So I'm fairly familiar with the setup. There's Park Mobile, which is used in Somerville, Passport Labs, which is in Boston, Cambridge, and Salem. And there's other options as well, but those are a few. And so again, while we're trying to figure out what type of kiosk and how we want it to function, this is something we would have to look into. On the face of it, I would probably recommend that we look at pay by phone just because it's what is used in the MBTA lot. So we're consistent with that for people. But that's completely to be determined and open for feedback. So again, like I mentioned, the contracts with the mobile app fee, they often include a small startup fee, and that can be paid by the town, and then just the nominal per transaction fee, which is typically passed through to the end user. And again, it's similar information for the third party vendor, just a small startup fee and then a transaction fee. And then the other component that Christine and I were talking about a little bit today, and I've been thinking about throughout this whole process, is having an enforcement technology that can speak to the kiosk and that can work as a scanning sort of electronic enforcement system, which is a little bit or a lot easier for enforcement than having the kiosk spit out a list of license plates that comply and having a person manually find the ones that don't comply and giving them tickets. So Christine can speak more eloquently about this than I can, but my understanding is that the police department currently has a license plate recognition device for vehicle registration enforcement, not parking enforcement. And they were recently quoted about $50,000 to get an LPR device for parking enforcement. So that's something that we could talk about too, whether we want to try to include that as part of the requested town meeting. And we would get more information on this. I'm sure Christine already has a bunch more information on this before we, finalize the request, or if we would want to consider this separately.
Sorry. I would say, Julia, as some of the companies do just have handheld devices that are a lot cheaper than, and that might be good if the parking enforcement officer just has, some sort of handheld device that tells them what is up. So I'm not sure if any of those apps that you suggested coincide with that type of device, which would be much cheaper and still very easy. So maybe that's something we just need to look into. I think it would sell easier from the police if we did this all together to town meeting as a parking, whole. But
cool. Yeah, the handheld devices, I think that, they are maybe $15,000 per device. Does that seem about right to you, Christine?
Yeah, and they print out the ticket right there, and someone broke it. One of our places at 5,000.
Oh,
so yeah, they're a lot for whatever reason, but.
I guess the only other thing that would be, what's the additional cost of maintaining the system, and not just but the cost of, collecting the coins out of the kiosks and processing it. And, I think for purposes of bringing it to town meeting, it would be useful to estimate out all that on an ongoing basis as well. I mean, I think the one thing that drives me crazy about town meeting is that we vote on these things. It's a $50,000 or $100,000 item, and then it's $1 million to build out the offices for that person whose salary is at the police station. It's we really need to be more fully recognize all the costs to give full disclosure to town meeting if we're going to be proposing it.
Well, it looked like part of what Julie had included there was the first year of maintenance. And then I know we scrolled by quickly, but it also looked like the kiosk potentially pays for itself within a year. And then presumably additional revenues gathered from it could then go to maintenance. Does that seem true, Julie, or?
Yes, and I shouldn't have scrolled so quickly through that because it's like a really good point that I should have made. So thank you. So based on the projected revenue that the consultant, you probably have all seen it, like put together. I took the like most conservative estimate for how much we could generate, and with the two lots together within a year, the kiosks would pay for themselves. The most expensive type of kiosk that's in this chart would pay for itself. So like a conservative estimate, basically a limited number of hours per day, like 8 to 5 instead of 8 to 6, or 8 to 4 instead of 8 to 6, just 5 days a week, assuming that the lot only utilized like 50% of the time, right? So that's what I mean by conservative, like the low estimate on the money could cover the kiosks. So
I was a little confused by that. And now I remember going through that analysis and I was just not able to follow through the logic. So it would be useful to see that again, because I was not sure that the calculations, would work. Because if you're giving away if you allow the first hour, let's say free or something, and you get the normal turnover, it wasn't clear to me how all that would generate the revenue that was projected. But
I can share it really quick right now and just like show you. And
the other, I wasn't referring to the maintenance of the equipment. I was saying that you have to pay somebody to go and open the kiosks, take the coins out, go do something with the coins, bring it to the bank, make sure it's secured, other costs, or not.
Is that part of the parking clerk's position?
Yeah.
So
you're muted, Christine.
She did quickly say yes.
I would assume that our parking enforcement officer would collect the money, bring it back to our administrative assistants who bring all of our money to town hall. But I'm not sure. We could do it direct to the bank, but usually that's how we collect all of our money.
And then somebody have to account for the other, the app reconciliation. So that's got to be an accounting function and a billing function. So if the credit card receipts would have to be reconciled to what we're getting, and there'd probably have to be a bank to be dealt with there on a separate bank account, or any cost associated with those, that kind of stuff.
Well, I imagine that falls into whatever is already happening right now with parking tickets and things like that. There's already
it would go into an account that Sharon would set up, a fund, and we would figure it out that way. We'd have to work with the app to find out how we do get the credit card money, but
probably a direct deposit type thing.
Right, that's what I would think. We're getting credit cards to the police department to now pay for stickers and parking. So it would be all an internal staff thing, basically.
I mean, that is a good point that you make, Bernie, and that's something that we could try to get more clarity on, definitely. So this is just kind of how I figured out like return on investment. The conservative like figure would be like Monday through Friday, regulated hours are 8 to 4. So it's just 8 hours a day instead of the 10, or more days a week, right? Monday through Saturday. And then total hours per year. The spaces for the CVS lot I reduced because this number I don't believe is correct. I think there's only 58 spaces there that are town owned. So I adjusted that down. And then I built it out and I assumed we charged the lowest, like the 50 cents an hour. And then that we're looking at 75% average occupancy. I forget if I actually made it 50% or not but either way. And then I added it with the Brandy Court lot. And so with the same with the same methodology. And the payback that I got was about a year.
And Julie, by any chance, have you had any conversations with other municipalities just as a level check that this is essentially the kind of payback they see in a similar context?
Yes. And actually, so when I met, this is like the week before the world shut down, I was like meeting with like Waltham and Arlington traffic people, parking people. So they said that, like, you know, it's similar to us, like the reason for doing this is not the money, right? You know, the money is important. It is a significant revenue stream, but it's not, you know, it's really for influencing user behavior and generating parking turnover and availability, right? But that, like, the amount of money exceeded their expectations by the tens of thousands. And so, you know, Arlington at least set up a parking benefit district, which is another whole conversation we can have if you want.
Well, that's how you sell it to town meeting.
Yeah, but I mean, we're only talking about, so Arlington has more spaces than we have, and it's a lot more densely populated. But I think, I think the thing that confused me about this was that it assumes, so you've got 40 hours times 2,000, 2,000 hours a year.
No.
Times the number of spaces. So the total space hours, 146,000. Let's take that as an example, right? And then you just, to make the math easy, your high estimate is 146,000 hours times $1 is 146,000. Now, and then the 75% occupancy. So the question is, if we normally have people using it, you know, the majority of people don't use it more than, let's say, 30 minutes to an hour. And if we're giving an hour away, then it's not clear that you're going to get 75%, because the first hour is going to be, let's say the first hour is free, right? So you're not going to get the revenue on this. So I think this is really overstated.
Well, I think what
and
you're
I don't
not
understand.
I don't think
I have
what
to
you're
go through
figuring-
the math and just try to understand where, you know, how you would model the first hour free. And if that's always going to be turning over, it's not clear that how many people would actually exceed the hour that would actually trigger a payment. So that's where I don't think this correctly represents the real revenue potential on these things.
I think it's important that we realize that we really just want it to pay for itself, and it's going to the purpose is to cause the turnover in the parking lots. And what it's going to really alleviate is especially for the Brandy Street lot, for all the clients that go to the doctors and the hairdressers and whatever, they can park there as long as they want. Heck, commuters can park there for pay $8 a day. Who cares? As long as they're paying for it. So I think it's a win-win no matter what we do. And
yeah, I don't disagree that it could generate revenue. I'm just questioning the analysis that says you're going to get 75% of 2,000 hours, because the most of the hours are going to be turned over before they generate. That analysis does not consider that. It has to be fixed.
I think my take on it is looking at these numbers. When you see the 1 year for CVS is 109,500. If we got half of that, I mean, even if it took 2-3 years to get back, it still seems worth it to me. I mean, these numbers just seem, even if you just cut them in half by it, or 75%, you're still making the money back. But the big thing is, I wonder if, do we have the rate that we billed out prior to COVID when the enforcement officer was doing stuff? Did we write $37,000 in tickets? Like, seeing that would kind of gauge, I don't know, kind of where we could be at. But even looking at all of these numbers, it just seems like a no-brainer. Would I invest in this? Absolutely. Like, personally, it's like Bitcoin mining, but just with parking spots. So.
I had a quick thought.
Turnover.
were we going to suggest to the select board that we start with one lot with kiosks, or are we suggesting to go right for both lots?
We were suggesting going right for both. Change that behavior in both lots.
I would just like to see, I think, I know Arlington and another town was mentioned. I'd like to see the parking lot in Arlington. Are we comparing apples to, we're giving numbers here of 58 and what, 61, 81 or something. I'd like to see how big their lot is. Also, I thought that the process would be cash free, so that it would eliminate having to deal with cash. I think I'm sure there are security checks you can put in, but I think if you can do it credit card free, I think it's better off. And my other concern is if it goes through and it starts to turn a profit, will any of that profit come back to the area that's generating the profit? In other words, downtown. What would downtown, those two areas benefit? What the benefit would be to them? But I think I'd like to hear from somebody in the town that has this in there and their feeling in comparing apples to apples as far as the size of the lots that we're trying to implement this.
I mean, I've lived in Arlington. I have a property there, and it's a very different town than Reading. It's just totally different. And I mean, I think it would probably be more reasonable to look at Wakefield, Andover, Stoneham. I think, Christine, you said that Andover had a lot, might be more comparable, that's a paid lot in Andover. Is that
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty, it looks kind of like our downtown. Yeah, they have one in the back and everything's up front.
And is there free parking around the lot? Is it all paid for?
Nope, they're
around the
like,
street as well?
yeah, it's just kind of like what we're proposing. Still has some hourly parking on street and the lots cost money.
So
The last time I was there, that was last year.
On street is free, but the lots are paid.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable alternative to look at as a comparable.
And Tom, to your question about cash, it's important to give people the options to be able to pay cash versus card versus app, because you have different types of users who are comfortable with different types of applications. We don't want to make it inaccessible to people. And sometimes, I know recently I've parked in Beverly, I've parked in Andover, I've parked in Somerville. And in all instances, in one instance, I put a quarter in a machine. Another time I used a credit card. Another time, it's like there are reasons depending on your timing and how much money you're spending and whether you want to involve your credit card or if you're just a human being who has a quarter in your pocket. Sometimes you just want to use that quarter. So I think we do need to make it accessible to people in all possible ways.
Yeah, and we heard medical offices down by Brandy Court that if we were going to do kiosks, like some of their like maybe older patrons don't really have a lot of experience or whatever with smartphones and apps and
Relatively smart individual. I'm pretty tech savvy, and every time I have to use one of these things with, I mean, it's easier to just put coins in there, but when I have to get my phone out or I have to put my credit card in there, the thing, it's really hard to see it's not very legible, the screens, because they get bleached out with the sun, and then you're trying to navigate your way through these menus. It's not trivial. And then you wind up lining up behind other people who are trying to figure it out. All you want to do is go in, get a prescription, and leave. But yeah.
And that's why we have that person for a free hour.
Yeah.
Right on.
Well, I'm not, but don't you have to still line up to the kiosk and get a ticket, a printed out ticket that you have to put on your dashboard that says, how do you know don't you have to go to the kiosk to get your free hour?
Actually, when I was just in Beverly,
I would think
you don't have
not. I
to.
would think in your first hour that you're just gonna drive in, because in some of the lots I've used, you go and get your ticket and you put your ticket on your dashboard.
Right.
But, you know, for the free hour that you're getting, you're just going in and leaving, I thought, but.
But how do you,
I understand what
how
you're
does the
saying, whether
enforcement
you get a
officer know
printout
that,
saying that your first hour is free.
how does the enforcement officer know that you're parked there for an hour or you're an hour and a minute?
I don't know if Christine or Julie have insight into the official answer to that, but I will say that my lived experience in Beverly a few weeks ago with this kind of kiosk was if you were there for under a certain amount of time, they're like, don't do anything, just live. So there is obviously a way. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I've never seen that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure either yet, for those types yet.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to find out. Exactly. We're gonna all learn together how the ins and outs.
It's an education process. Yep.
Yeah. And did you decide?
An hour, see what happens.
You can adjust it. And I quickly looked at that Ventec thing, and it is a sleek all-in-one kind of device with the $0.25 slot kind of scenario on the screen and all that. So it does look, you know, you should have all the options just in case someone didn't have whatever. That's the last thing you want, is someone to say, I don't have a credit card with me, because not everybody, you know, just carries credit cards from now on. So.
I don't know what they use in Boston, but I tried to use $1. I got $1 coin for change someplace. I think it was out of a
Barry visit you, Bernie.
I think it was, I put a, you know, like a $5 into a vending machine and I got $1 coin change.
So as far as comparing us to all the other towns and whether statistics are correct or not, it's almost irrelevant. As long as we're going to pay for the machine, whether it be a year or two, it doesn't matter. And as long as we can tell the town, if we're money from back to you, I'm sure everyone will have a party. Do you know what I mean? I think that's
how much funding we should ask for at town meeting.
I mean, just as a general rule, whenever I'm doing something like this, I just like to see the contracts. I know we've talked about it. People don't think we need it, but every time I've done a transaction, I like to see the contracts because it's the devil's in the detail. And that's where you have all the hidden charges and things like that. So just having the ability to look at a contract form would just be helpful. I'm not sure it's going to, I mean, just full transparency and disclosure. If we're going to recommend something at town meeting, I'd just assume have that.
But doesn't the right the public process of procurement and setting the budget at town meeting really doesn't, right? That doesn't lend itself to seeing a contract beforehand, right? I mean,
you might not need it, but I need it.
No.
We might not
I'm not saying you
do
need it or not. You just can't get it this early, right?
I'm just saying that
in order to get
they have forms of contracts. You can just, every one of these vendors, you can call up and say, I want to see the purchase contract.
So you're saying you don't want to vote on it until you have a contract to look at?
But just understand that the numbers that were being quoted are
Sealed bids, and we might not get to pick which company.
So this,
unless they're on a contract,
right? That's like the typical, right? The collective purchasing through MAPC takes all that, like, they've done that already.
Okay, so they must
be. We sign on to that collective procurement contract with MAPC, and then we can just deal directly with these vendors and get the prices that they've negotiated with MAPC. We don't have to go through all the 30B procurement stuff ourselves.
Yeah, you know, there'll be like a maintenance clause, and the maintenance clause will say there's an escalation and there's this and there's that. And, I mean, everybody knows this stuff. I mean, it's just a matter of taking a quick look at it.
Well, Julie's chart had a lot of that. The 25% I think is really important because I think that's going to play into it, definitely. So I say ask for more and be happy if it comes in less, because you can't go back and ask for more. So we know which one we want, and we want one that has all the options of coins and cards and apps. That kind of tells us which one we want. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I'd say ask for a full 100,000 and be safe.
I I'd go with the 100 grand too, and obviously solar, because that takes care of the solar aspect as well as, not having to run conduit and the maintenance on that in the future. And then,
And we're being green that way.
Right. And the other thing is, if it's like some of the benefits of solar here, I'll just share because I made a little list of them in case it came up. I'll share it back. Why solar, right? Some of these things I mentioned, but the can be moved if needed. Could be convenient in the CVS lot since we're looking to maybe we're working with Beta Group on a potential redesign for that lot to make it more efficient and beautiful, and to be able to include other things and flow better. And if we had a kiosk point, currently does not have an electrical conduit. So right there, that points us towards solar.
There you go.
Yeah. At least in the CVS lot. Brandy Court, we believe does have electrical. I'd have to double check with RMLD, but when we were talking about electric vehicle charging stations, I believe they identified a couple locations where there's electrical conduit. So, could split the difference. You could do entirely solar. You could, the cost.
I think solar makes a lot of sense. No doubt about it.
Right. And the cost between the different types is not that much. For some vendors, it's actually the same, whether it's solar or electrical. It's just then the installation cost would change.
And how bad is this winter thing? Is it really an issue that's been fixed, or
Yeah, so I need some really older models where the solar screen just didn't work that great. The solar charger was inconsistent and unreliable. But the new models have supposedly I forget which town it was that got a newer model and said it works fine. They have no issues. And then our consultant said that he's heard that from the other towns he works with that have the solar, that the newer models seem to have rectified those prior issues. Definitely that's something that when we start vetting the vendors, we would want to make sure we fully understand and talk about. But.
Yeah, I would ask for the 100 grand, and then the return on investment is, minimum of a year with, maximum, get it back and forth, but we don't care about really getting the money back. It's about regulating the parking, and we're not going to lose tons of money because of it. It's just 100 grand. I mean, that's obviously it's a large number, but with everything else that's going on, the 100 grand will not be noticed.
Agreed.
Especially when it's paying itself back. I mean, it's not worth incinerating 100 grand and calling it a day. It eventually is coming back to us.
That'll be at next week's meeting.
Yes.
So I think that's 3 of you that are okay with that 100 grand, or is there any more feedback from anyone else? I know Bernie's interested in understanding a contract in more detail, and I can see what I can get for you, Bernie, for sure. Can't promise I'll get exactly what you're looking for, but I'll try to get something for you.
We don't have to spend 100,000, right? If we can find a unit that does everything and it's half that, we can always choose to spend less money, right?
Right, absolutely. We just want to have the money available in case.
Yeah.
And the 25% contingency might not bear itself out either, right? So there might be plenty of money left over. I guess I would ask if, if it makes sense, do you think, to try to look into getting a handheld enforcement device? I think, I'm sorry I didn't include that here, and I don't know why I was rushing kind of, but they are quite a bit cheaper than the ones that get installed in the vehicle. As Christine noted, I think what I've seen is they're about $15,000 for the handheld device. Does it make sense to make that request as part of this?
So bump it up to maybe 120,000 for the ask.
Sure. And I can get you more information for your next meeting. We can really explore that piece a little bit more. So there's more detail, kind of like I've done here.
So can you install it in the vehicle later? So perhaps maybe all the profit we're going to make can buy the one for the car later?
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be hand in hand.
Doesn't have to be.
No.
Okay.
They can do enforcement in a more old school fashion.
We have money to do.
Right, yeah.
I think the handheld makes more sense just in case something happens to the vehicle, or, you know, you get a new one and then you got to take it out and then spend 20 grand to retrofit it or whatever. Just the handheld thing is a happy medium that.
Especially for the beginning, you know.
And I could just walk around with it.
That's what the parking. That's what Boston. They have all these handhelds. They just walk around, punch a license plate in, and then it prints out a ticket. They put it on your windshield.
Yeah, I think we need something. Just not the old school way of writing it down on a piece of paper or whatever scenario. They definitely need something.
I would take Ryan's recommendation on contingency too. All right, this is essentially a construction project, and 35% is probably appropriate for that, or at least that component of it.
I put 25. Ryan had said 30.
Yeah.
You're saying 35. I put 25 because I was feeling like, oh, this is getting crazy.
Contingency is real.
It is.
Right. There's a lot of things that, right, that contingency covers, right? The conduit that you forgot, the loam and seed after you do the, right. There's a lot of pieces, a lot of small pieces that aren't incorporated into this, that contingency needs to do, right? You put some bushes somewhere, right? That, you know, they because they destroyed the landscaping when they built it, you know, that sort of stuff.
Yep.
I mean,
I would agree.
Julie will get a more refined number shortly. So.
Yeah.
Well, I think I would also explain it to them. Say the cost is this, contingency due to COVID and, you know, everything being whatever, just everybody in town should realize that things are just going to cost more. So if you definitely break it down so that they can see where, you know, that's a pretty big jump from what the real cost is. At least they can see what it is and we can all relate to the 25-30%.
And the other thing we're assuming as the committee that the majority of the town people at the town meeting feel that kiosks are needed. We can present it, but I don't know if anyone's done a survey other than we had one, I know, at the town day that gave us some indication, but it's been mentioned here already about the seniors and how they would feel, and I think towards something like that. You know, it's still got some hurdles to go, but I would agree with everybody, everything that's been said, and would come forward with an open mind. But when been asked to take a vote, before I took a vote, I think I've made it clear I would really like to particular outside the committee, but that's just me personally. And maybe they can tell us what the pitfalls could be so we can avoid them.
Yeah, if you could reach out maybe to Andover with Christine and maybe get some more data on that, that would be helpful. But I would agree. I think that's very important.
Sure. Yeah, and as far as like maybe what you're asked is a little different than this, Tom, but I did document my conversations with Arlington and Waltham. And the reason I looked at Arlington and Waltham because they have similar. Arlington also has on-street meters, but they meter their lots and have some free parking along their street. So it is kind of a similar scenario. Plus, I know them. It was easy, but I did put together a document where I kind of broke down like the things that they recommended, the pitfalls, some of the like unexpected things that happen for them. So that was a little bit more in like how the kiosks, like once they had them, like functioned versus like the pitfalls of trying to negotiate a contract or whatever. But if you're interested in that, I can resend that. And I think it's probably still linked on the website.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. I don't remember getting that.
Looking for this technology, so we can talk to them as a whole and get you some info over there.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks.
I'm mindful of the time, so maybe we could just try to, so we'll decide the final number maybe at our next meeting with respect to what we recommend at town meeting.
Sure.
And maybe we could just go to the permits.
Sure.
I'm getting a little, I have like a 5:30 alarm and I got a bunch of calls tomorrow, so if we could.
Would
try
you
to
have
wrap
a
up.
date that's, you have to have this information by to put it on warrants or whatever?
So the warrant closes on the 1st, March 1st. Sorry, I should specify which first.
Like what?
Yeah. And you know, the sooner the better. I think like
Sure.
the next meeting is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we should be able to decide next meeting.
Yeah, and I've been talking to Bob, like he knows I'm working on it. He's seen all my all my stuff. So like he's got a placeholder. So
Okay. Great.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Andrew, do you want to go back to the permits?
Yep. Reorganize all my different screens here real quick. So yeah, it looked like we were okay on lots. So just jumping into the regulations and permits. First permit to be aware of was that resident only permit. This is the one that's used around the commuter lots and some of the residential neighborhoods downtown. So there was 2 questions that I had for Park. One was the consideration of 6 to 9:30, where it's currently to 10:30, which has been discussed briefly tonight. And then also just to be aware of is that currently in the regulations, there's a regulation that allows for those fronting the regulation to receive the permit for free. This might make sense in terms of this permit. The same thing exists for the employee parking permit below, which might be a different discussion, but just for Park to be aware of and maybe have a discussion on that, if that makes sense.
Well, one thing I've been thinking about is whether we just make them all, including the employee and the 2 different residential, just make them all 25 plus like $10 for the additional car. Keep it simple. That way you'll get a lot more people to participate. But I think the numbers we got were that there was a fall off in the number of, when we went from 25 to 150, we got a big drop off in people. But if we're going to make a lot more residential and employee, we might encourage them to, I mean, it just seemed that it's just a lot from a business point of view. If $150 for every employee and you got 30 employees, that seems like a big ask.
You wish the business permit was 150. It's, what is it, 2?
What
I
is
think
it?
it's 260. Yeah, I don't know why it says 160. Employee permit for 260, I believe.
260, that might be a
Oh.
typo.
Oh, I thought,
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
been part
mean-
of my barrier to buying 14 of them.
yeah, I mean, why, if we're trying to encourage the employees to get out of the lots, why wouldn't we want to make it a reasonable cost for them to just buy a bunch of them and then get them into these employee spaces that we're designating?
I thought we already agreed it was going to be free.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be free.
The employee permits?
Yeah.
Employee
They're
permits.
thrown out there, yeah.
Yeah.
The employee permit, I think a better thing would be you can pay for some if they want to park closer, but then we'd have to signify which ones.
Oh, yeah, that's too complicated.
We don't want to do that. So I thought we made them free to encourage them to park.
I guess
I
if we
don't
have the
know.
kiosks, they can use the kiosks if they want to be closer.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
know about making them free. If that's just going to end up, instead of 200 permits, we'll have like 7,000 permits. like,
Yeah,
for free.
Yeah.
Everybody in town's just going to get one. I mean, I think 260 seems, I didn't even know I
Yeah.
did. But
Well,
you know, residential, I think obviously should be cheaper than
Yeah.
commercial like it currently is, but 260 does seem kind of outrageous times 35 or 30, whatever all these people at. That maybe there's a scale, I don't know, but that just seems outrageous for those people to be paying that.
And they're already running business. enough.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, especially we're trying to get them to walk outside of their comfort zone of one block.
Yeah.
So make an incentive.
We did. Our regulation was to have them to be free. The current regulation is that they're 260. So I'm confused
Oh, I see.
that it was going to be free and that would encourage them to park in employee parking spaces. So now.
I think that would get abused at that rate if you're doing it for free. That's my personal opinion.
I
think
I would agree.
everybody would become.
How can it be
I don't think you
abused?
want to give them something for nothing. But the question I have is, Chris, is this program, is this I know the kiosk was saying it was just going to be break even. The permits, are we supposed to, they want to break even? What's the philosophy of putting the permits in place? Is it a revenue generating program for the town? Or is it just a service to try and move, as we're trying to do with the kiosk, move some people around? Does anybody have an answer to that?
The permits are just plastic, so it's like 30 cents or whatever. It's nothing.
Yeah, no, Tom doesn't mean like the actual physical cost of the permits. He's saying, is the town counting on revenue from the permits?
Oh, I don't think so.
And I think the answer is no. I think it is.
I have some of our old reports. I can tell you like what we've made. Like the resident stickers in 2018, we made 84,000, and employee parking we made 45,000. But I've never heard that we want it for revenue, but we do make a lot.
Thank you.
Shouldn't the employee permits, I mean, shouldn't they be at a minimum even with the residential permits?
Yeah, I guess the difference is in one household, you're probably buying 1 or 2 resident, whereas a business might be buying 30. But
right,
that is the cost. Yeah, no, I mean, even as a person who's paying for the, like, I would say, if suddenly these permits were $25 instead of 260, I would feel so grateful.
And I'm with Chris. 0 is not appropriate.
You're asking for a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Because then they're candy. Right.
Yeah.
No. I think that there needs to be some fee. But
Something
yeah,
attached.
260. Right. That's a barrier. To me, setting the same as a residential, right? What is that? Is that 35 now or 25 now? 35?
Residential is 150.
Oh, I'm thinking about the
That
compost.
is for the dump.
What it used to be.
So Liz, if we use you as an example and you have 14 employees, if the permits, the whole beauty of the permit now was that you could switch it from car to car to car. So you
right, which we couldn't before.
Right. So you technically wouldn't need to buy 14.
No, that's true. That's true. And I will also say, and I appreciate you gunning for the free. I think the free concept was also back when we kind of had envisioned being able to create more dedicated employee parking so that there was a larger pool of that, where we've been making some more unregulated areas and focusing on the education.
Right. So would you see yourself buying half? Do you know what I mean? Like the dentist offices, they have 30 or 50 or whatever it is. You don't necessarily have to buy 30 or 50 because you want to encourage them to park in the unregulated places and have people walk. Not that it's going to encourage or discourage, but I mean, we're not going to need 7,000. I agree that free is not, it's highly unlikely that that's going to happen. But
and I don't think it needs to. I mean, it would be nice if it was a low enough amount that you could get enough, because part of the problem also, it's like, well, you can move them from car to car. Well, that's fine, but I'm probably not going to have a person leaving one shift, passing it, they're not at their car at the same time. So you still need enough to overlap from day to day.
Right. So you wouldn't, maybe you need 10, not 14, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I still probably wouldn't even get that many, but yes, I'd need.
But just in theory.
Yep.
But at 260, you're going to share them. At 25, you'll be, I'll get a couple of more than maybe I really need if we were passing it along. So, and then the people who are only allowed to buy 5, now they're going to buy 30, right? Because for them, it's a great deal and it solves a huge human relations problem for them, which,
can I just chime in and just say, I don't think that, especially since right now the police department sells the amount of permits and don't formally add spaces to some of those side streets that are currently unregulated. Like, you know, we can estimate like how many cars might be able to park there and increase the supply of permits that way. But it's not like we're going to all of a sudden have so many permits that the cap on what businesses can have should go away. Like, I think part of the reason we were thinking of allowing them free was because we're saying like, look, please do not park right in front of your business. Please park 3 blocks away. We'll even give you a permit for free to do that. Like, it's to incentivize the behavior that we want.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to be necessarily treated like candy if there's still at least a cap that first month on how many a business can have to allow, you know, more businesses to participate in the program. Like, I don't think we're going to all of a sudden have 1,000 permits that we're going to be able to give away. And
Because we're only going to have, well, so the question is how many, with all the deliberations we had today, how many total possible employee spaces have we now created relative to what we already had? And then that will define, I suppose, how many permits we theoretically should sell. That's what you're saying.
When we used to go over 20%, we had people walking back in with their permits saying, I paid for this and there's no spaces. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't go crazy just because whatever, if the price is lower. And maybe we still need to make adjustments to the larger businesses, but there still has to be some caps on these.
But for like Liz, if you're a resident, you know, and you can only buy 5 or 10 employee permits, maybe you get a resident sticker instead. If it's the same price, then you're you can sort of manage that. And the people who are employees and not residents, those folks have to get an employee permit or something.
That's one of the perks of being a resident-owned business kind of thing, that now you can just get the resident-only permit instead.
Right.
I mean,
That's correct.
You're
Well,
taking
again,
advantage
that
of
helps
the-
businesses who, I mean, and that's fine for like, I don't have the problem that you know, Dowd Medical has, right? I don't need to be somewhere at 7. You know, the earliest I'm ever there is 8. And that's just me. And that's like, my employees are not usually there that early. That's just me, and my permit solves that. But we do need to, yeah. The other problem is that the 41 spaces that we've added down on High Street are spaces that Dowd Medical used to lease, and that, you know, a lot of these people who need these spaces, we don't have a huge net gain. We have a little bit of a net gain in that more, you know, different places can use them. And so as people are in and out, but
So I guess there are 2 issues here. One is how much should we charge? And the second is how many should we sell? So and how many we should sell has to be somehow tied to the number of spaces that we have. And we don't know.
Andrew was gonna compile the list. I don't know if it was for today, maybe for the next meeting, and that'll tell us how many spaces.
Yeah.
Are quoted.
How much do we charge for the compost only? Is it $30?
I thought it was 25.
25.
Maybe we should make it 25 then?
For employee, I would highly advise against that. I'd go 100 minimum and then have it a sliding scale, giving either Dowd Medical or whoever with 30 employees either a higher rate as it scales up or a lower rate as it scales up kind of scenario. I don't know. I haven't really, it's 11 o'clock. My numbers are funky at this moment, but you got to make it at least $100 where people just don't just get it to get it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the $100, but I think everyone's feeling that businesses are going to willy-nilly be buying millions of permits they don't need is flawed.
Not businesses.
For small businesses, I mean, you know, Chris, small businesses, we watch every penny, right? It's like, I will buy exactly the amount I can afford and not a single one more.
But I don't think, is this really enforced on the police end of it? What prevents like someone from going in and being like, yeah, I own Joe Schmo's.
Yeah, because you have to have an actual business address, and like if they ask like what the business, you know, you do actually have to have your business. They know the police are not stupid.
But we'll tell you they just to pay $320 for all those spaces each. So the lease spaces used to be $320.
Wow.
Well, that's where I go to the loophole and set up a DVA, which is, I don't know, what, $20 or something. And now I'm getting an employee spot. Like, I don't know. I always go to the extreme of doing these
But
crazy
you have
things.
you have to have a real business, Chris. I mean, it's,
It has to
and
have an
I think at
address.
some point that's, people are going to be able to catch that.
Christine is already so all over that. We
Yeah,
were going
have-
back and forth about.
On it, me and Erica, yeah, we vet everybody.
All right, I'll have to try. I'll have to set up a sting operation to see.
Well,
if
we
I
have
can
no more
get that.
passes, so you're good. You're not getting.
Oh well.
You know what, Chris, with all that energy, imagine what you could get done. Like, that brain energy.
I'm just
and-
like, people won't even walk a block and a half. You think they're setting up a DBA? I mean,
I'm just, hey, whatever. I got my-
Whatever scheme you can figure out, Christine has already seen it and they see it coming.
All right, well, I'm going to end up on Dateline with her.
I
So
solved
I'm
the
going to
whole
go back
I'd like to
to.
end this at 11. Can we make some decisions? I want to.
I'm going to go.
End this meeting at 11.
I'm going to go back to my question of whether we're setting aside too much parking for commuters. And right, that only solves one side of downtown's issue, but we have a lot of spaces that we're regulating like they're commuter spaces, and whether those should be more regulated like employee spaces.
Are you
That's
talking
valid
about the
point.
6 to 10:30 ones?
he's talking
Yes.
about all the parking down by the train station. Right now, we are calling it commuter because we're assuming we're going back to pre-pandemic levels, but chances are very high that we're not. And
Yep.
so maybe more of that should turn into employee. And yes, most of the places that have large numbers of employees are in that side of the downtown anyway.
Right.
So I agree,
So-
John, that's worth revisiting. I'm going to say
Yeah,
for
I
the sake of the 11 o'clock goal.
Yeah,
we don't
I
revisit
agree.
depth
I
tonight.
agree with that. I just, right, as once we come up with those numbers, I think there's a resource that we should reconsider.
Agreed.
Right,
So
so
what-
if Andrew gets the number of spaces we have already, and then maybe we can look at the map to see what of those spaces we could turn over. And then we'd have a better number of spaces available, then we'd be able to figure out how many permits we'd need and then come up with a magical figure.
It will be magical.
It will be.
But as far as the fees are concerned, are we saying 25 on both the residents and the employee?
I
No,
mean, that's something you can sit on and think. I don't think you need to.
yeah, I'm not
decide
prepared to come up with
tonight
that.
the
I think we
fee.
can discuss that next meeting.
Yep.
All right, so should we adjourn? Unless we have anything else?
Can we just clarify when the next meeting is? Sorry. Does
Wait,
anybody have
yeah,
that?
like we can't just adjourn.
And we can also say
I'm
this
so
whole-
sorry, but like there are some things on the agenda that I just want to like remind you all of.
Thanks,
Sorry, we're
Julie.
gonna save
It's
this
already
whole
too
page
busy.
for the next meeting. Is that the intent?
Timeline for the kiosk.
Say it again, Andrew.
We're gonna save this whole page for the next meeting, because that's fine with me.
Yes, please.
I'll make sure. Yep.
The other agenda items are kiosk
Yeah, so-
acquisition, which we talked about. We're going to defer the agenda item number 4 to the next meeting when we have the final numbers on the kiosk.
Oh
Is
my
that right,
gosh.
Julie?
Yeah, that's right. And I have a timeline I can share at that meeting too. I think I might have emailed it around, but
And then
that was a long
number
time
5
ago.
was questions and information needed
Yeah.
from MAPC. What?
So I want to just give a quick update on that. I did reach out to MAPC. The specific contact that Jay had in mind was the same person I had in mind, and they're working on a bunch of other deadlines this month. And they gave me some information, but they can't come to a meeting this month. And I wasn't sure if like it made sense for them to come in February, because it seems like February is going to be the public forum and, potentially a meeting where you have like the PTTF and then the select board. And so I didn't want to bog that down, but they are going to send some different resources to me. They said by the end of this week that I can share with you. And I think that hopefully Jay's not here and it was really like his idea. So hopefully it'll get at the intent of what Jay was hoping for. And then I just did want to remind you, so your next meeting scheduled for January 25th, which is a Tuesday night. You have a public forum on Wednesday, February 2nd. Is it still the plan to keep date, or did you want to
Yeah,
think about that.
I have no problem with it. I think once we get beyond that, then things start to.
Julie, can you tell, what's the town's position? Are we going to stay in a Zoom for these meetings? So is it fair to anticipate that public forum meeting will be in the next couple of meetings will all be Zoom?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
So I guess what we need to know is that at our next meeting, we have to have all of our proposals so that we can present it at the public forum, right?
And but most of that we've already decided on tonight when we went through the street by street stuff, right?
Yeah, but I feel like it's like, Andrew is probably going to formalize it, but I think that we need to have something. We have to present them with something saying we're proposing kiosks. Here's a map. Like, we need to have something to show them as opposed to just welcoming their comments. Because I feel like a lot of the comments we've been getting, a lot of the people don't know that we had planned on, expanding the parking and that we're going to change the number of, permits you might get. So we have a lot of stuff that we have to firm down next time, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we can put that in a PowerPoint backed up by Andrew's spreadsheet.
Is,
and then we can, yeah.
Like, Karen, do you feel though, because like we want to do outreach before the next meeting, right? Like, because just give people enough time.
So, I mean, Andrew's going to have to give me something to literally hand out the next day so that they get enough notice before the meeting so that they can look at it. So even if I do a big postcard and shove it in everybody's, doorway, it's probably a couple hundred doorways that we have to get to, which is fine. But I'm not going to just say, hey, we have a public forum going on. I want to be able to say, this is what Park has discussed over the last 100 months, which seems like sorry, get information on kiosk, free kiosk for an hour, this, blah, blah, just some bullet points to give them an idea of what to expect when they show up. And not to just have them all be out with guns and knives saying, we don't want kiosks. We think, we need overnight parking. We need this. Like, they're going to ask the questions of stuff that we're not really prepared yet. Overnight parking. We even need to say we haven't addressed overnight parking yet, but everybody is interested in it. So we need to have something like, so that they realize that what we've done a ton of work, and we don't want them to be super disappointed in what they hear at this forum. We really need to have something that's going to sell them on the kiosks. It's going to sell them on, the open parking spaces that we've opened up. So I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to, but I'm going to need something really fast after that meeting.
But I mean, we have it pretty much have it now, with the exception, I think, of the fees, the overnight parking. But a lot of what we did tonight by street by street, that's pretty much what we're recommending, right? And in that one column, that middle column. Is that right?
I guess my one question would be, and I appreciate Karen's effort and her work. It sounds like she's going to take care of her neighbors. What about the rest of the town of Reading? I'm sure they probably like to be informed too. And I'm sure we're not expecting Karen to go around to the entire town and stuff everybody's box. So I think besides the footwork, I hope we've got some plan in place to publicize this so that we'll get more than just Karen's neighborhood. No offense to your neighbor, I'm sure they're fine. But.
We also have we have all those email addresses from our survey. I didn't count them up, but I don't think it's 700, but we have many, many email addresses of all the people so we can email it out to them, get it out. Maybe we could get the papers to announce it after the January 25th meeting and put those out in the public.
I guess I'm just like trying to figure out if feel like ready, and if the second still makes sense. Like, if you want to have another meeting to like figure out the last few things you haven't quite figured out, and then kind of
before the public.
Yeah.
February 2nd is too soon, but
and I think that January, I don't know. I'm not going beyond February 2nd. I'll tell you that.
Well, I totally understand the concern, Julie and Karen, but I also think like what we're proposing, I mean, I up right now and describe everything we just decided and feel comfortable doing it in a public forum.
Okay.
So I think if we, on our meeting on the 25th, if we nail down these final things, the overnight parking and a couple things about the permits, I know we want to have something that feels final and beautiful for February 2nd, but it is a public forum. It is not a declaration of law, right? So it can still be a little bit fluid. I think it's valid to have a conversation. So I agree. I think we need to move very rapidly from January 25th and communicate as much as possible to as many people as possible so that they know what they're coming into on the 2nd. But
I think, John, if he can prepare like a brief synopsis of why a garage isn't going to work, because that's definitely going to come up. Because I've gotten an email from somebody who's like, well, why can't we get a garage? It's always going to come up. And so I think John's explanation of like, we need to be prepared to have that information at the ready, very concisely stated exactly why it won't work, and kind of put that to the side so that it won't keep coming up forever.
Wait, when did I miss that? I thought we were looking at Brandy Court as an alternate garage site.
Yeah, I thought we had some open, I thought we had some open, there were some possibilities, but.
Weren't you looking into that, John?
I believe the end result was that I said that we should just go with the consultant. I thought we voted on it. It was like 6-4, or it's probably more people than we have right now. I don't know what time it is. He asked me to do math at this time. I thought that we ended up putting that on our papers for a consultant or something.
I don't remember that.
I think it's important, as it's been said, that we want to have a uniform, which I think Karen Rose is looking for, a uniform sheet. I know there's some people here individually that are prepared to get up and speak, but I think we should be able to speak as a unified committee and have some kind of a proposal or an agenda or opinion to the public. And that's what I think we want to try to have ready after the 25th, before the public, or maybe before that if we can.
Yeah, I think, Tom, what I was getting at is that to Bernie's point, like we actually have collectively agreed on most of what we need to decide tonight. We do have a few more things still to iron out. But if we continue to try to wait until we're like have everything final, like we got to finish eventually, right? As it is, our extension only goes however many months.
I should
So we need to
clarify that
move along.
My concern was more about like having time to do like appropriate, thorough outreach. And I think one thing we could do is do like a save the date kind of thing before the 25th, just so that people get it on their calendars. And then after the 25th, quickly finalize something real to give them. So it's like, we would want to do two times of contacting people anyway, probably, right? So like, that's one way we could try to do it. If that makes sense. I hate giving people like less than a week notice of something. I just feel like
No, I agree. That sounds,
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Were we going to be able to use one of the community boards on the town common?
I can ask about that.
Then we could put both of those dates up, right, on one board.
I think that's, a lot of people see it.
We'd have to
Yeah, we
arrange
can
to get
always
something
email-
printed to put in there, right?
I think we've emailed the town meeting members.
Yeah.
Whoever they might be. I think actually there are no town meeting members.
Yeah, right
as
now
of
we
now
aren't.
That's
anyway.
right. You're right.
But we probably should have emailed at least the
Past-
ones who were
past
town meeting
town meeting.
members.
Yeah, that's something we can coordinate. We do that all the time.
Yeah.
Like email blasts are really easy. I can see about what we might want to do for a mailing. If we would want to do like downtown only, or a whole town, a town-wide mailing is a little tricky.
Yeah, but I think it's
but-
imperative that if we want to get outreach, we should just outreach to everybody. We have 235 emails from people who responded to the survey, so we can do them, the town meeting members,
The fall
the
fair.
newspapers. I don't know, Liz, was there ever any, the school PTOs? And
Yeah, the schools were actually really reluctant to get things passed from a few principals, like, we're not getting into this. So it's not really a
Own
great
business.
avenue,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
So the newspapers, maybe we could get the word out to the Chronicle and whoever else we normally get it out to, and then ask them to let people know that we've got a meeting on the 25th of January and our final presentation on the February 2nd. And we can post up our proposals to the park website. I'm happy to work with, if anybody would like to work on trying to, put together a little presentation on all these things and then add to it, our thoughts on the parking garage. I think the kiosk's already part of the proposal. So I'm happy to work with somebody on that in the next week, and then we'll knock it out, circulate it among everybody. And then if it's ready for prime time, we can start to publicize it.
So for your public forum, are you thinking a Zoom session kind of like the one we're on, or would you want to do like a Zoom webinar format where there's certain people who are like panelists, like, how probably many of you know how the town meeting setup was. It's kind of like that. And everyone else is just a participant. And they don't have video or audio unless, I think, I guess it just depends on what the tone is and what feedback you're asking for, expecting, and like what you plan to do with the feedback you get, right? Is it more of a dialogue, or is it more of like a presentation of here's what we're doing? And then you can have questions and a Q&A, like just things to think about.
Yeah, I think if we can, what you're saying is it's not going to be a hybrid meeting, right? Is that
No,
fair?
it's not going to be a hybrid meeting. The public
So
forum.
we'll have to do a webinar or whatever, or what we did tonight wasn't too bad. We had a lot of people.
Yeah. So the question is, do we want another thing like tonight where just anybody can be visible and raise their hand at any time? Or do you want a more controlled environment where we're really just presenting and then we have a specific Q&A session afterwards so we can kind of control that dialogue a little, which
I think the latter
feels like it
works.
might be a nice distinction between our regular meetings and what that is.
Yeah.
I think the latter.
The latter I would agree with.
So like the Zoom webinar format with
Webinar.
more control.
And then we allow.
And you hope to get more attendance.
Yeah.
And they submit their comments in writing as opposed to,
Or we could entertain comments after we make the presentation, can't we?
right, but the webinars tend to have them submit them as it's going. There was a couple.
Yeah, they do it through a chat room, right? Just
chat
like
room
we
type
can
thing.
tonight.
Right, and
You
then
could have
if
someone monitor the chat room.
right, and some of the questions Julie could answer, and some of them we can answer, and some of them Christine can answer, and helpful.
Christine, how much of your time can we impose upon? Are you available on the 25th and or the 2nd?
I'm free.
It is extremely useful having you here. So thank
Oh,
you.
good. I didn't want to be too
Thank
annoying
you.
to you guys.
Oh no, you were great.
Okay.
You were great.
And just because it's not said often enough, it's also extremely useful. And we are grateful for Julie and Andrew. You guys are spectacular and you do so much
Yes.
work.
Yep.
And we are so glad.
Nice of you. You
So
guys are
I'll-
really awesome.
Julie, I know
I
you
can
do
wait.
your best work after 1 a.m. So we're going to be sure to stay on this call just like last night.
I
Okay.
can start a draft, and if anybody would like to help me, I'd be delighted to have some help on it. Probably get it done quicker, but we'll see if anybody wants to raise their hand, we can work on that.
So
And
I
I'll
can
get it
start
back.
coordinating we can put together a nice little flyer. We
Yeah.
can, I can start coordinating with the IT people on the Zoom webinar because we'll need probably at least 3 staff to be managing that. Maybe it's only 2. I don't know. I did it once when it was just me. It was crazy. I survived. So we'll start working out that and then figuring out more specifically about the mailing and the outreach and all the different ways we can get the word out. So
I'm generally an optimist, but I'm not so sure that with all the meetings we've had and all the attendance we've had, this is the biggest one. So, I think this, it's a lot of work to get a webinar together. This worked perfectly fine. We can make a presentation and then entertain. Either way, it works for me.
I think that's fair, Bernie. Julie, whatever is easier for you and
Yeah.
Andrew is a completely valid choice.
I actually don't think it's that much work getting the webinar and be there and each take a piece of it, you know. And it is kind of nice to have a controlled environment. It's just the message it sounds is like, the message it sends is like a little more kind of top down and like we're telling you. And so it's just, for me, it's more about like, what are we trying to convey and like, what are we doing with the feedback we're getting and how much of a forum is it versus like a
information. Yeah.
We can do a cut down version of what we did with the select board and then go right into the proposals and then, you know, ask for comments. I mean,
yeah. And I guess I would just probably steer away from like calling it the final presentation if it's
yeah,
like,
no, it's just a proposal.
Right. Yeah. I heard the word final thrown in there at once earlier and I was like, I don't know if I would say that out loud. You know, so yeah.
I'll work on the final presentation for how kiosks are paying for the parking garage.
Okay, that'd be great.
Thank you.
You can present it in the secret parking lot that the MBTA doesn't know that they own.
Yes.
I thought that we had ended a meeting, John, where you said you were going to look into you said you had done some work in the past with parking garages and you were going to be looking into it or something.
He did. He gave us a breakdown, didn't he?
Were you there when he gave us sort of a breakdown on the two lots and how they might work?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't missed a meeting, so.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I thought that you said you walked away from it. And you were like, well, I got to look into some more things and you were going to get back to us. And then I remember I sent you a bunch of information.
You're muted, John.
Muted.
Sorry, I thought you had sent the information before that. I mean, I can put some stuff together on you know, sort of what the cost is, and I can I'll forward that over to Bernie so he can put it into the presentation on sort of where we are on that.
Okay, because there was also I noticed that the 40R program has funds for parking garages. So I think I had sent you something about that as well.
I don't
look like
recall or even understand what you're talking about.
Well, Julie probably knows. I mean, I was just when you look at the state 40R program, one of the things that they offer is you know, funding for parking garages, not for the entire garage, but there was like I think part of it was financing and part of it was funding.
The 40R program? Really? It's not some other acronym or number?
No, it was 40R because I sent it to you, John, because that's how Newburyport got their garage was through 40R funds. It was one of the funding sources. I think they had like 3 different funding sources.
So they might have used a 40R density bonus payment to like help pay for the project, but
I'll go back and look and see what that is. Yeah.
I'll send it to you too, Julie. Because I have a friend who is on the planning board in Newburyport and she told me information about that.
They did cobble together a bunch of different funding sources at least is my memory of that. So, I mean, I guess it's possible.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to make that connection.
Between the 40R and
yeah.
There are funding sources out there. Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
I think I
don't think funding is the issue with the parking garage. I think the functionality of it is the issue.
So was that what you were going to look into? I know there was something you said you did. Did you say you had work? Is that what you do for work or something? Or
I have done that in a past life. Yes, I did a lot of
okay.
garage design
issues.
All transit related, but you know, parking garage for a train station is a parking garage for, you know, same thing.
I have noticed this just on that subject. As I drive around, I've noticed a lot more parking garages than I ever. I know there's one in Wakefield Center right next to the train station, and then there's another one in Stoneham. I think there are a couple of them in Stoneham, off of 28, behind buildings, and they're tucked away here and there. You don't even see them, but they're there.
to build a single deck parking garage. I mean, it's if you have a business that requires a parking, right? That's what you do. It's the cost of doing business often, if you've got the space. The issue for us is the functionality of everything in that space.
I'm sure people will be interested in knowing, more about that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I think the point I was shocked at how many people in our survey said, build a parking garage. So there are a lot of people I think the point is a lot of people have asked for it, and we heard them. I guess we have to give them, some views on it. So that's probably worthwhile having as part of the presentation.
There's definitely a recap of what John said in the minutes. It was probably like one of the November meetings or maybe the late October meeting.
Mm-hmm.
When it came up.
It's the one where I was in the audience. Is where he spoke about it.
I don't remember.
Was that you? We didn't even.
That was me at one point. Hold on. It was me.
Oh.
Yes. Now you got away.
So folks, I got a long, is there anything else that we need to talk about? Julia, did we cover the other items? I think the agenda, other business, and then upcoming meetings, and then outreach strategy for future meetings. I think we talked about that just now.
Yep.
But so the next meeting is the 25th, and then followed by the 2nd. And is there any other business?
I got nothing.
All right. Any motions to adjourn? I don't want to cut it off, but are you happy
to adjourn?
Good.
Okay. Was that a motion and a second to adjourn? Okay.
Yep, she motioned and he seconded.
Okay, all in favor?
Yes, all in favor, yes.
Thank you. We will be in touch. Thank you, Tony, for hanging in there with us. If you're still
Thank you,
there.
everyone.
Tony is still here. Tony,
I'm still here.
your sucker
Oh,
punishment.
wow.
God bless you.
Drive safely, everyone.
Thank you,
Cheers.
guys.
Night, everybody.